I don't take it seriously.
Real quick, actually, so this is good timing because J.D. Vance just came out that I'm pretty sure that a troll. I'll have to look into it. He's looking into the gate. Did he hear about that, Kaz? Is that right?
Of course. Because everything, man.
Yes, criminal charges.
Everything is.
What's criminal charges coming?
J.D. Vance is looking into.
I can't hear because Kaz keeps fucking running his mouth.
Hold on, I'm the one that brought
I'm
it.
trying to listen to what Nat was saying.
You say what I'm saying.
No, because you talk over it and I can't hear it. I want to hear what he has to
You
say.
sound like you're Italian and you're greasy, bro.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. No, I was saying he's being investigated by J.D. Vance. So I'm just going to look at it, double check it. I tweet about it. J.D. Vance.
He doesn't know who that is.
No, I know who J.D. Vance is. He said who's being investigated?
He don't even know what that is. All the troubles are the wrong person, man.
God damn. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Matt, this dude's
Matt.
Uncontrolled.
Just put this fucking chip in the audience.
We can't hear, bro. Like, we keep interrupting, man.
Like, I'm trying to get simple information, but you literally stop. You literally make it so that I can't hear his voice. And so I have to keep on asking over and over again.
You learn by me.
Put his black ass in the goo. Like, he just does not know when to shut the fuck up. Yes, I am being racist. Go eat a fucking dick.
Because you agree with Italian?
Amazing. I'm not Italian. Amazing.
But listen, bro, this shouldn't be talking. If y'all don't know, then shut the fuck up and listen to what me and
Okay, okay, can I please hear Matt first, and then you can go.
Yeah, because you said please, thank you. I'll be respectful too.
Don't do this. You don't want all this.
You don't want that. I'm more aggressive.
I get it, guys, but it goes downhill from there. Just don't do it.
But go ahead, man.
Yeah, all good. Pepe, I was
still after
J.D. Vance is looking into Pizzagate, folks. Whatever that means, like whoever's all involved in that shit. So, the actual crime itself, not the people that were out there. Unfortunately, putting that out there. I don't think, but I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, no.
Let's see, okay.
Okay.
No, so I could go.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, from what I remember from QAnon, it was a big hoax. Like, at first, like, I do remember a bunch of MAGA people were trying to probe whether or not it was real, and then there was some weird shit going on there, and most of us deemed it as to be a hoax, man. QAnon was just a giant hoax.
Okay.
So, I don't know. So I'd like to hear the information.
Well, I got you, but please be respectful, because
let me finish. You gotta let me finish here, man. And so, I would just like to hear exactly a few things, not some vague shit, but some actual stuff, like where you got it, like what it's talking about Israel, what is it that everyone was talking about, I guess.
So QAnon, right? So one thing you have to understand, the media is not on your side. So if you heard it was a hoax, it's because that's the problem with you guys, But QAnon has been, if you follow it, right? If you actually follow it yourself, I'm not talking about, CNN says a hoax. They said it was a hoax. Go look at it yourself and with integrity, right? So they made a lot of claims. One, about the whole, and before the files even came out, I already knew about the Epstein files because I believe in, I don't call it conspiracies, I just call them smart people know how to connect the dots to know what actually is going on, and dumb people call it conspiracies because there's smart people that don't want to know.
That was the dumbest way to explain it.
You're stupid, so
you're not talking to me because trust me, you don't want to. You need to calm your ass. And listen, Mountain, please don't get off your mic because now you just want to take yourself off the cat, so don't do it.
Mountain's not even on my side if we're paying attention. We're not even cool. I don't even follow the board. But basically, so what's going on is basically it's intel. QAnon is intel. Some say it's military intel, but they've made a lot of claims. The Pizzagate, if people know Pizzagate, it's real. It's three people on this earth. People that know what's going on, people that don't know what's going on, and people that just, I forgot what the third one, people that just watching it or whatever. But the pizza, I stay in DC, so the Pizzagate, that's a restaurant. The owner is some dude, it's like the cannibal restaurant or some is here to save the kids. If you see, there's a great number of kids being saved from trafficking, and then the Epstein files come out, which cooperates with the story. You hear a lot of mentions about pizza. It's like when do the stupid people, like, this whole thing is really about waking up the stupid people, because once the stupid people are woken up, then we can move forward. Because if we move forward after stupid people getting woken up first, there's gonna be a lot of commotion. So what's going on right now?
So funny, we're seeing the stupid people who think they're smart. It's amazing.
Listen, I know I'm smart, but I'm not claiming I'm smart. I'm just claiming I know how to connect these dots and I see the truth. So basically, Pizzagate. You have Pizzagate. Obama ordered like $66,000 worth of pizza to the White House, right? There's an email in the Epstein files that basically says, "Oh, we should have been more careful about doing this shit in the White House." From Hillary Clinton. So if you know how to connect dots and start seeing it, then the Epstein files says pizza, jerky. When they're talking about kids, you know.
You remember Obama in the email about hot dogs?
Yes. So yeah, if people really think, yes, I remember. So if people really think they're ordering real hot dogs, they're ordering $1,000. No, what they're doing is tricking kids into the White House because Obama's a homosexual, and that's what they're doing, man. It's so crazy. I understand why it sounds crazy to people, but I'm not saying this is crazy shit, but this is what's really, you know, there's a woman.
Okay, no, it's good stuff because I want to open up the page a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of bro. I like talking about this because this is the biggest thing that nobody really talks about. And some people do. Obama, homosexual, bad person. This lady came to Obama because she was complaining about her husband died in 9/11, and she wanted to open an investigation 9/11. She went to see Obama. She died 2 weeks later in a fucking plane crash. That's how they kill people, bro. And you know, Obama's chef was basically writing a book exposing everything. He died in a fucking 3 feet pool because he was basically letting everybody know he was having homosexual relationships with Obama. Now about Obama is bigger than that, but he's one of them. You know, Hillary's one of them. And if I've been paying attention, that's what Trump is fighting. It's not Iran. You know, Trump didn't want to go into Iran and do anything for real. He just had to go there because they're.
All right, let's see if you can connect these dots.
Don't say nothing ignorant though, but go ahead.
All right, my turn. Here we go. Okay, so how long have the Epstein files been here all along? They've been here for quite a while, even during Biden, right? So now you have this guy Epstein, which is a fucking pedophile, a disgusting fucking human being. Okay, which by the way is dead now, thankfully. But you have this guy, and people keep like using this as a diversion from the fact that Trump is literally has killed a guy, yeah, that his regime legalized child marriage from 9 years old, and he's literally trying, if you guys let him, to take down a regime where they rape women in the jail, and where I just don't get it. You guys don't see it's a diversion. Everything they do, they try to divert with some fucking guy named Epstein. Do you connect the dots or no?
So
it's their propaganda. You're
right. So
literally their propaganda.
Listen. It's easy. I get why you think that, and I don't blame you for thinking that. But you know how to have discernment when you actually pay attention and you're not just being biased, because I'm not biased, bro. You know, but when you're unbiased, when you don't really have a horse in this race, and you're just living, when you're not, it's not about trying to prove that I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I'm a supporter of Trump, that I know what he's doing. You know, that's what it is. It's easy to think that Trump is a part of it and it's their propaganda, but no, this is not their propaganda because nobody is talking about this. When they spread propaganda, people talk about it, right? Most people don't care. They say QAnon is a hoax. If it was their propaganda, the word around town wouldn't be QAnon is a hoax. It would be like, it's real, we need to get on it. Propaganda that is spread by elite, powerful people works. The propaganda, if it was them, it's terrible because nobody believes it. So your point fails flat because you're not.
There's of people like yourself that actually like parrots their propaganda, and I'm here in the West, and I'm like, holy shit! So this shit on state media, yeah, they're repeating here, and this guy's an American, and he's spewing anti-American propaganda, and I'm like, is this world going crazy?
You say state media, right? Everything's on the internet. Not everything is talked about and put on the spotlight. So basically, state media, that's not the main media branches. We know who the main media branches. That's where the propaganda is spread, right? But people like you'll find out later.
Well, the thing is, one thing you're not realizing, for the past 45 days in Iran, there hasn't been any internet. So when you're talking about state media, she's trying to educate you on something that you don't even understand. From American point of view, yeah, correct. But in Iran, for the last 45 days, there's not any internet. You cannot connect with people. My point is, she's trying to educate you and you're listening. You keep talking about cure.
Oddcheck, this isn't a university, Oddcheck. No one's here to come here to get educated, Oddcheck. Please. If you got a point to make a point. And stop asking so many questions. Just tell us something informative. Thank you very little.
1 second. My point is, you two are having different conversations. You're not understanding each other. Like she's trying to tell you something different, and you're trying to tell her something different.
No, she's not trying to tell him. She says, I'm spreading their propaganda.
No, bro, you're not listening. You're not listening to each other, bro. It's fucking
Let me re-explain. What I'm saying is that there are countries that hate America that I know very well, by the way, and I know the things that they have been spewing into the world on your little social media platforms and stuff is like, you guys read that and you don't realize that they're trying to feed you their propaganda to make you hate America for their purposes.
See, okay, I get what you're saying. Basically, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
See what the fuck I mean?
I get what you're saying. Bro, let me Peter Parker, you're not Spider-Man, bro. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I get what you're saying. But the whole thing is, no. I don't fall for propaganda. You know, most people, this is the thing. You guys say it's propaganda. And I ask you, what do you believe? Who do you believe? And whatever answer you give me, I can tell you
Not
why
your
it's
enemy,
propaganda.
honey. Not your enemy. Don't
But
believe
I don't hate you. I don't hate America. I'm just telling you what's going on in our own household. Simple as that. I'm telling you somebody, man, and I'm telling you, Donald Trump is here cleaning that shit up. I love America, you know, and you know Trump love America. Other people love America, and they're doing it by America. You know, I know who doesn't like America, and I know who does. You know, that's what it is. You know, this is not coming. This is not coming.
I think Peter wants to get something out, guys.
Go ahead, Peter.
Peter, what do you got?
I've got something important. I am pursuing the news in Islam, and Prince Reza Pahlavi recently announced that we did not sacrifice this number of lives for another JCPOA. And I am wondering why the people who are asking me to say Javed Shah chose this option in this pool.
Nobody's asking you that. I just told you.
Nobody's asking you to say fucking Javed Shah.
It's not just billionaires. It's the corporations for over $1 billion a year in tax cuts. It's about Wall Street tax to the people.
Fucking hell, you know, everybody.
Literally said you're speaking in this
Fucking annoying, bro. Nobody's asking you. You're gonna say Javed Shah, say Javed Shah. Fucking annoying. We're not asking you to say that.
I am on the track of Prince Reza Pahlavi.
I don't give a fuck if you like the principality or not.
I'm also cash, but I am not this radicalist like
These people is crazy.
I don't care, bro. If you like the principality or not, it's bullshit, bro.
in the same front.
Bro, just fuck your money away and go get a marina and fucking Berlin with your bullshit, bro. Fuck up with it, bro.
Shut up,
You can never listen to people like
If I don't like the prince or not, nobody cares, bro. Oh, man, fuck off.
It's because of your treasoning.
What? Jesus, I'm not fucking.
Why you sound like you had a heart attack?
It has to be like a fuck. It has to be like a cartoon character voice or something.
Everybody here is a cartoon character.
Don't want peace. You are disobeying the police while you are radically.
Balaji, man. Balaji, chill up, Balaji.
Where are you from? It's all out here. Shut up. Just fucking say it.
Conversation. So you get the talking about it. So I talk about my $500. This tells us the mayor. Talk about 500. Do not disrespect an American when he's talking about it. Don't disrespect him with that. So Anthony, you still want to do the $500 bet because I gotta buy my kids Christmas presents when I December. You want to do it? I'm game. We can give it to Matt.
Ben,
I'm not trying to argue.
I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know what you want to bet. What are the terms of the bet? Okay, so Ben, I want to be clear. All right, right now, historically, we can look at your boy Barack Hussein Obama. He lost more freaking congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So I don't know how you qualify or quantify a blue wave. In order for us to have a bet, we need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really want to get something going. And yo, dog, I'm never running. I'm here for it.
How you know that?
It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
But then you have been following the rest of the route. You have been in every other route today. You cannot say you have no tingle. No tingle? You don't feel like you Cinderella today? No Cinderella in you? Cinderella.
I think Peter is a penis eater.
Oh, brilliant chair.
Don't worry, Anthony.
Let's just sit down and get together some terms that we can agree to. I'm happy enough to sit down and get some terms that we can agree to. And we can agree to terms. I have no problem with that too. Holding the money on his hands. I got no problem.
I got no problem with that. I can't take that $500. I can't wait.
Eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You like you claim something. You want to eat like you some form of you representative, right?
on stage. Man, it's so good to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just in life. I hope Most High continues to bless you guys. You guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for what you said, Anthony. I just want to say that for me, it's been a open sea. Don't lose this war. And so far, he lost it very bad. All the objectives that he had for the war.
Wait, I need to leave this room.
Let me finish. Please, young lady. This is not personal, okay?
So he had these objectives and vision of those things. But right now, Iraq is stronger than before. And they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there, they're still going to get paid, and they are not allowing the military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started a war for regime change, now the Strait of Hormuz was completely open. Now is that you're negotiating to have it reopen, to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And he didn't need to do all of that.
This guy's honestly, listen, Mo, you are absolutely wrong, man. Like, how is Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They're weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean,
The city has been growing fast. Teenagers,
so like, I'm just curious, like, also this.
We failed.
First of all, you foresee, I probably figure on the tip where it was as the voice of war. Now, it's we'll continue.
I just want to be clear.
So, because we've seen
Okay. And the current administration is the Trump administration. Now, if some foreign power attacked and they assassinated Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance became the president, would that be regime change? Yes, no, and explain.
no, it won't be regime change because J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one that Trump before assassinated. There's no change. All you did is just replace the system. It's not one person.
Okay, so you just want to be clear. You're saying that J.D. Vance is going to handle every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it because it's just a system. They're not individuals
on our car companies, which are my heart.
are going to do the same exact thing.
Even if someone asked me to pay, it would not be a regret on my part because it means that I pay my dues in this country. If I go back home, I'm still doing what I'm doing. Say, I can feed. I work harder than I own 3 businesses. Congrats. You guys work, congrats. Free stuff. I get free stuff.
I'm sorry. You know? So Mo, here's what's up, brother. I understand what you're saying, right? And
I'm actually a US citizen.
Okay, cool. Mo, you're a citizen of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Congratulations. You know, that in of itself is an accomplishment. All right. So God bless you for that. Now, here's what's up, Mo. I want you to understand something. The Iranian regime. Okay, Peter, we can't do this, Peter. Please.
It's not an accomplishment.
Peter, please. Peter, please.
You don't have a choice.
Peter, just hang out in the
One
audience
mic
a
on the
little
black
bit.
American, please. One mic on the black Anthony, please.
Yeah, thank you. So here's what's going on, right? The IRGC, the current regime, whatever, however you want to classify it, Mo, it's over. It's finished. All right? They might last 2 months. They might last 6 months. But they have been mortally wounded. They're in ICU. They call the cleric, and the cleric is giving them last rites. They are dead man walking, dead man talking. It is over for them. This regime is finished. So if that's your requirement, give it a few months, and you'll see what happens. What comes next.
They're still in power.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick. I'm gonna mute up. So listen, I understand, right, that for some people they're literalists, and I just want to preface all. You got it, Mo, and then.
I think that though. Here's the thing. Regarding what you just said, the problem is America, the Iranian, they could not have one of the way you take it, like they would come, take out America. They really knew that was not the objective. The objective was to inflict a lot of economic pain to America so they can get in a position where they can have leverage. And they say what they were gonna do. If you attack us, we're gonna attack your ally and we'll close the strait. And they did it and they accomplished the whole objective. So the United States, if you remember, you have to go back at the objective of the war. They said Iran could not have the nuclear weapon, which was fake because they did say that before, back in June, that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want the regime change.
Check.
And they went to take out the head, and they thought that the people.
Baseball check, baby, John Kitover.
Let's understand. This is not a nation that was created.
I'm running faster than a teenager's mullet. That's why we need to talk about property taxes. Take a look at this chart. Oh, wow. This is business expenses. Anyway, if you need friends, the city's debt will run faster than a teenager's mullet. Today's special free vaccine. The voters deserve a choice. Providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. This area here is the pregnancy sentences we saw. We'll talk about your options to make sure you're taking it.
One mic. I don't want to mute the stage. Just give me 1 second, guys. So Shiva has next. Guys. Shiva has next. Fuck you too, my brother. Fuck you too.
Actually, it's not the regime change in Iran. I agree that between Islamic regime and USA, again, Islamic regime can get enough power. Then there is no regime change. The reason is that we have the same system. They're more dangerous than ever now. They're more dangerous now. Exactly, because
Abortion care and vaccine.
and if we do not stop them, then they would be a very big danger later. Then we have the same regime, and it's not a power yet, and the negotiation that really no power. And
Big example. if your family were machine gun, those children that you saw from young childhood were machine gun in the neighborhood that they were running in, saw from young childhood were machine gun for no more.
Are you going? Well, are you going to go back? Are you going to go back to fight if you ever get the chance to fight for your country?
Because Iranians,
Yes, definitely, man. Yes, definitely. But the regime must be crippled, and you have to, there should be a way paved for them to rise up again. Because right now we have like a lot of militia, Shia militia from Iraq, the Hezbollah, PMF from Iraq, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Houthis from Yemen inside Iran to counter every Iranian and kill them again. Just like on the 8th and 9th of January. So they're more dangerous even now than before because now Polybov is in control and he's the head of the military. And this regime right now is more dangerous than before. So I agree with that they've done a lot, but we are now in the most dangerous time ever.
That's right. Don't let Dane get in here real quick.
Let's just,
I love us.
let's be clear here.
Just leave it and see
Yeah.
if you
You're just gonna overtalk this room, dude, until you
stop it, please.
This is crazy. This dude just.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so just to be clear here, the United States, President Trump and his cabinet have never said that regime change was a goal. So we've been having this conversation the past half hour, at least since I've been in the room, where we keep talking about the goal and the objective of the Trump administration is regime change. WhiteHouse.gov has pulled up Donald Trump's initial statements on the war and corroborating statements after the fact from Pete Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as J.D. Vance. Regime change has never been the goal here. So we're looking at what regime change does regime change. Peter, I don't know why you keep coming off the mic, dude. Like, I'm not done talking. When I'm done talking, you'll know when I'm done talking because I'll stop talking. So anyways, regime change has never been the goal of this administration. And it has stated it from the beginning. There has always been 4 objectives, and the United States has, in many ways, shapes, and forms, upheld those 4 objectives, right? So, number 1 is obliterate Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability, annihilate its navy. That's number 2. Sever its support for terrorist proxies. And ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism never acquires a nuclear weapon. Let's be clear here. Donald Trump, not only has he been clear the past couple of months about this, you can trace his comments all the way back to 1989. This guy has been talking about this stuff much, much longer than he's been in political life. Certainly dating back to when he was in private life. He says that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. So, this idea that we're going to somehow go, well, if the war is not a success, look, my heart goes out to the Iranian people. Obviously, any good-hearted American person wants to regime change in Iran. These terrorists are going to go down a minimum of 30,000 to 50,000 of their own civilians. Obviously, a regime change, a top-down regime change would be ideal. But, like, I don't care. I mean, that may not be the United States' military objectives are not that.
That's a lie. You've been a rude against us because of your hate for Israel, so you should share that.
Yeah,
That's not true. I just say I don't care about them going down their people.
All right, go ahead, Adele.
The whole point was to get rid of the IRGC. Trump's whole MO for this war were a few of the things that you mentioned, but he also said the Iranian people will be free soon. Are they free?
Again, I'm looking at his statement from March 2nd. Our objectives, and I'm quoting, our objectives are clear.
Are the Iranian people free?
No, they're not currently free.
Okay. Are we negotiating? Do we have to pull up to the table to negotiate with the same IRGC?
I don't know who we're negotiating. I don't know that we're negotiating with the IRGC or the other factions in play.
We're negotiating with the IRGC. Pakistan is the
The mediator.
Yeah, the mediator.
Sure, I didn't know that was. I know that there's a differentiation. I'm not an expert on Iranian, on the like what their system of government or how all that runs is. I know that there's a difference between the Iranian, like their own military and the IRGC, and like there's a bunch of different factions at play here.
Alright, then I get your point of view. I just want to state something which is factual, because I do have the links. Donald Trump came out and stood on stage in front of every news channel out there, and he said, I quote, "To the brave Iranian people, come out to the streets. We will have your back, and take over your institutions," which they did. They took over police stations, but then they came in with like more militias, and they mowed them down. And they said that
That wouldn't be the militia. That would be a government.
they would be freed. He said that they would be freed, and that they should keep steady and stay at home now, because there will be a lot of bombs dropping at the moment, and it's not safe out there. And wait for the final call. That is what Trump has said. So the objective is not there. What he said did not happen yet.
And obviously,
With the war numbers, so it won't happen.
Israel was taking a lot of bombs. That's why they had to pull it to the table and be like, oh, wait a minute. This Iron Dome not hold up.
You have to give it to the Iranian, though. They're playing very smart.
Well,
These people have
how do you have to give it? They've had this plan for years. They did it during the Iran-Iraq war. It's no secret that they will close down the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only fucking playbook they have. What are you talking about?
So
No, we didn't.
I just want to be clear, you guys. This idea that it's the responsibility of the American military to change the regime in Iran, it's not only nonsensical, it's dangerous. This is not our responsibility.
Back that up.
Time out. Listen. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm happy for you to respond. May I please land, man?
Hold on, say
Thank you. Here's what's up. Okay. We tried. We knocked off the head of the snake. The snake grew another head. Listen. This is on you guys to fix. We just want to make sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is it.
We don't want their proxies.
Okay, Peter, I'm not going to go for it, bro. Please stop. We are not here to ensure that your regime gets changed. Listen, I don't like Zelensky. I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I do respect Zelensky. You know who I respect way more than Zelensky? I respect the Ukrainian motherfucking people. Those are some stand-up people. That whole idea of fight like Ukrainian means something now. They're putting blood and treasure on the line. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody that's not putting blood and treasure on the line.
They don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from people of our military. I don't want to hear that. You got it. You shit.
People don't have guns.
Yeah, but that's not how you beg people to come help you, though. Honestly, that's the crazy thing.
Okay, do you think
How you beg them to come help you?
Can I add something? It was a very perfect baby girl. Revolution.
Yeah, she's a We got mute her minds. Hey, all right, calm down, buddy. We got it. All right, we got to mute her. But real quick, because before we lose Ben's point, Ben said the American people, and I'm going to make this point very clear. I don't believe Americans actually truly care about civilians dying in Iran. We don't care about the Nigerians. We don't care about the Congo. We don't care about China. The civilians are dying by the thousands in so many other countries. We don't care. That's not the reason we're there. Exactly for what Anthony said. We're there for the uranium enrichment. We don't want them to have a nuclear program.
And we don't, Azuro doesn't, and that's the reason why we were in there. Now, we believe the objective is finished. Now, Israel, without a doubt, is making a very big plea that they do not want us to be done because they do not like the proxies of Hezbollah. They don't like the proxies of Hamas to still be funded by Iran. So they really want Iran to be completely neutralized. America is completely, I believe, they want to be completely over. You know, it all depends on if Israel's going to keep dragging us in.
So why should America care about what Israel wants?
Well, so again, if we go back to the military objectives, one of them is to cut the heads off the proxies as well, right? So I mean, again, we can go back to Donald Trump's.
Okay, can I add one thing?
We can go back. All I'm doing is quoting Donald Trump exactly, his military objectives exactly as he stated them. Like this is not. I'm not like, oh my gosh, here's my hot take on this.
I know, but remember this though, man. We have to remember that, and I'm a Trump supporter, man. So don't get this wrong here. But while we're playing checkers, he's playing chess. Remember, he told everybody that the intervention in Venezuela was because of the drug loads, and ended up being, Maduro and the China. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He'd already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of the country. It makes sense because the Chinese were already trying to take over the Panama Canal. So hold on, let me finish, ma'am, please. So, God damn it, dude, shut up for a second. So, hold on, man, Peter, please stop. So the point is here that we need to remember this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about, a lot of it is the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile, the proxies, but also China, man, and our petrodollar. We want to make sure that people are buying their oil through the petrodollar. And now we are guaranteeing that China can still buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be petrodollar, and it's going to be overseen by us. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
Taiwan is nowhere near next to Iran. You need to put
You are goof, man.
No, sir. You've been lying to us, right? And we've been allowing you to lie to us. You've been lying to the rest of Europe. Because we have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on yours.
I am wrong about that. I know what I'm wrong. Could you please kick Peter down, man? That's ridiculous. I've been, for fucking hours, we've been listening to this dickhead. Like, come on, man.
I'll moderate, don't worry about it.
Fuck.
I've been every same name. What are we lying about?
I'm just saying, if we're going to talk the truth, are we allowed to react as the rest of the world? Or are we going to react based on their fucking theory? Like, I just want to know, what am I doing? Shut up, sir. Whatever the fuck you eat. Yeah, am I being bought by the salesman? Because I'm the boat. I'm not a salesman. I know what the fuck you do. What the fuck you do? What you do?
Would you please respond to what I said?
What you do? Because apparently, you deny.
God damn, this room is retarded, dude. I swear to God.
My name's Steve.
Man, I'm gonna leave, man. Like, if we just got a bunch of retards running the room around here, this is fucking stupid. God damn it. We're trying to have a legitimate conversation here, man.
I'm starting to think you're a troll. I need you to succinctly answer. I'm not playing. I need you to stop and succinctly answer the question. You made a provocative statement. You called Mountain a liar. Explain succinctly why he's lying or something else is going to happen. Explain it.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean something else is gonna happen? Are you threatening me?
We'll see what happens if you don't explain it.
No, you guys know. Wait a minute. Are you doing a threat because you got the breathing?
That is none of your business, the issue between US and Iran.
So on to the next, man. All right, let's get back to regular schedule program.
That was a troll. That was definitely a troll.
Shiva, are you on the phone or not? I can't tell if he's on the.
Yes. I'm to respond to the person that was in Iran, we asked her about regime change in Iran, and we only wanted to make sure the Islamic regime doesn't have a nuclear energy. To respond to this, I want to add, whenever you don't have any regime change in Iran, then it means that still we are dealing with the same regime. The same regime has more than maybe 47 years chanting and saying yes to America. And then they continue to for sure, this regime is not the trusted one, and they will continue to nuclear energy. And then if the regime change doesn't happen,
I did nothing to harm you. Indeed, my lady, you did nothing. You did nothing when my mother was murdered so that she could take her place. You did nothing when my father banished me. How queen questions her king. And I thought my opinion of you couldn't get any lower. I'll be honest with you, murdered. You're not suitable with the son of the ancient castle of power. He has a son. I have the true claim to the throne. My father has no legitimate son. Again, to honor our father. My father. You tried this. I never spoke of this. This is the motherman's bastard, not my father's. How do you know?
Is this the balloon that took from your job when you was born?
Yes, I believe it. This is Uth's son, my son.
You know, you're trying to put a battery in somebody's back. You're trying to put a battery in our back. To do
okay, but you
Shiva, I didn't interrupt you. I promised you I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't interrupt you. I listened. So what I'm saying to you is that you are trying to put a battery in our back. You're trying to make us responsible for some shit. You're trying to, another hood term, you're trying to gas us up. All right? You're trying to make us, oh, yo, they've been screaming death to America. Yo, they're still going to do the same thing. Listen, y'all saw that shit out. Y'all saw that shit out. But listen, you guys sort it out. You guys take care of it. I'm sorry. I know it hurts you, Sam. I know the word coming out of my mouth. But listen, it's like sunlight to the vampire. I understand, I get it. I get it. The sun is shining down on a vampire right now.
Okay, but
I'm worried about myself.
So, here's what's up. Here's what's going on. The United States is not responsible for regime change. We're not responsible for the safety of the Iranian people. I empathize with you guys. I pray for you guys, but it's not our responsibility. It's some shit that you guys are going to have to figure out. Yo, look at the Ukrainian model. Look at what they're doing. There's 90-something million of you guys. Handle your fucking business.
Okay.
Handle your business.
Okay, I'll tell you. I understand you. I understand you. First of all, I understand you. You don't like fight. It makes sense. This is your country, your people, and you don't like fight. I understand it. But the thing is that here Islamic regime is the enemy of the America, the USA, the people of America. It's not the trusted regime that United States wants to negotiate with them. Okay? This is the first thing. And the second thing, suppose that this regime, I don't want to say that, okay, this is the pressure on you. I want you to understand what's going on in the future. In the future, this regime now has enough power to suppress its people, to kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran, not only one country, the enemy. Then it would be the big enemy and the dangerous enemy for rescue. You told me that it's not, you don't care about Iran and it's our responsibility for regime change and everything. Okay, I agree.
Michael and Shiva, please.
Okay. I'd like to correct him. I'm
going to respond to her one last time and then we got a cue.
Hold on. I'm going to say something. He should be.
Okay, no. It's my turn, please. No, it's my turn, please. Wait. Okay. I want to correct the person who told me that it is our responsibility. It is our fault that we are living in Iran with the mullahs. To be honest, no. Mullah is not from Iran. They are coming from other countries and there are supporters from other countries. No. China. Okay. You can see China and Russia now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other countries, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they got from guidance from other countries, now the people couldn't do that. People were killed in less than 2 days. More than 42,000 people. This is not our fault. We do not like this regime. And from the beginning, we wanted regime change. We tried several ways. We tried ourselves. And you can see you can only look at the old documents.
Hey, Shiva, he had more less. I'm going to respond to Shiva, and then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next, and then Hold on. Here's what I'm going to say to Shiva really quick. Peter, please stop. Shiva, here's what I got to say to what you said, all right? Shiva, prior to the many years, we were murdering Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian and we murdered their top general. Just took them out. We bombed your embassy. We did. You know what Iran did? Absolutely nothing. The United States is not scared of Iran or this regime. Israel is not scared of Iran or this regime. We're not scared of it. It's not our responsibility to take them out. Iran had one job. And one job was to develop a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing they cared about. I believe that the regime is mortally wounded. You guys might feel differently. We'll see what happens.
I agree. Jack was next, and I'm after Jack. I'm ready for Mel.
I'll put it in the chat.
So, you heard a lot of lies from this lady Shiva and other Iranians who come and say, we never wanted this revolution. Maybe you guys didn't because you weren't born in 1979, but your grandparents definitely did. The Iranian Revolution.
I did not have one single
Peter, what the fuck, man? God. Holy shit. Peter, so this is the thing, their grandparents and
holy cow, man.
So the Iranian Revolution, go do some research, and the facts, and every historian agrees on this. I know they're very mad about what happened because obviously their grandparents regret this revolution, and show some accountability. The Mexicans didn't do this revolution, the Japanese, the Chinese didn't do this to you. Iranians did this. Iranians are responsible and should be held accountable and start taking some ownership of what happens in their fucking country.
Stop lying because the Carter administration and French included in there.
I'm not done. So take some fucking accountability. Stop blaming Trump. Stop blaming Jimmy Carter from 50 fucking years ago. Oh, it's all everyone else's fault. But the innocent Iranians never did a damn thing. None of this is their fault. If you ever listen, they have nothing to do with anything. Oh my God, it just happened to them. And they sat back and watched. We just fucking destroyed your regime. We had our regime change of our own. If you don't like it, you still can do a regime change of your own. It's your fucking country. 94 million of you. If you're telling me 90 million of you hate this, what Trump was going to do for you? He's American. Trump's going to do what's best for America. And he's America first. And that's what the fuck he did. So, I'm sorry. You know, you can try to threaten us with, oh, they're going to be a nuclear weapon. They're going to be the strongest country in distress. You know the fuck we are. This is America, okay? We're not scared of anybody. And your little threats, they don't scare anyone. So, that's what it is. I just want my fellow Americans to understand this, do some research, and just call out the bullshit of these people who can't take a fucking ounce of accountability. Thank you.
I love what Jack just said there, man. Just the truth, you know. I mean, these people wanted this; they absolutely did, and they were able to band together and fend off the Iraqis during the Iran-Iraq war. And I mean, fuck, they had a common cause there. So I don't know how you guys are letting like that because he knows the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas. 98, the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas. 98 million people. That's way more than it's going to take the people to do this. And it wasn't just alone can't do that. And it wasn't just alone can't do that. But we wanted to decapitate the regime, and we're doing that. But we want the nuclear weapons. Let me finish here. But that's just something we have to really consider there. But you guys definitely wanted the holes there originally. So I don't know, man. But it's going to take you guys to get your country back. But the track record is not good. All these countries are in worse. Sorry, I didn't know that was you, Matt. Sorry. But anyway, all these countries are in worse positions. When we overthrew them anyway or helped, like I say. So we don't want some lawless place to be worse off necessarily, and we're not willing to commit, to a forever war. So we will blow the fuck out of these people though, and keep them at bay, and we will do that. I mean, they are always going to probably be a pain in the ass, but now we have demonstrated they are pieces of. I mean, they're not able to even contend with us, and we're going to just keep on hammering them periodically. But the whole nuclear weapon thing, I think we really gotta. That's something we have to deal with. The enriched uranium, we have to find it all.
Well said, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Good job. Edward, you are up. I don't know if you're at your mic. Mr. Edward, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I do.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. Beaver, and also Anthony. I am an American. That's what you guys know. I love my country. I also love our president. And I just want everybody to know, America first, not America. At the same time, we got to ask ourselves this question. The largest population of Iranians outside of Iran is in the United States. That's a pretty huge gift to Iran. Between 600,000 to 1.5 million people from Iran live in the United States. Total population outside of Iran, 4 million people. 4 million Iranians live outside of Iran. The last we all checked, over 90 million people still live there. The regime that they had and currently have has been under 47 years of reign. I just want you guys to understand. We did not, at any time, want to change. I know it was Ben said earlier, you guys got to listen. We know the
I've said it from the beginning of this room, or since I've been in this room, I'll continue to say it. The United States had 4 objectives going into this conflict, and it's not to say that the United States didn't have other things that it wanted to achieve as well, but there were 4 main objectives laid out here. As Mr. Edwards so eloquently said, a lot of what I was going to say anyways, that the United States has overlapping objectives with her allies, and that's fine. Sometimes the United States and Israel agree on things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out 4 military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, the United States doesn't have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the military objectives laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying this out, I think this is important, why I keep laying out the military objectives of Donald Trump as stated on March 2nd, why I keep stating that is because this is what the American people are signing on to. This is what the people who supported Donald Trump sign on to, in the sense that this is what Donald Trump is saying, look, I'm not going above and beyond this. Once these are accomplished, this is when we get to say that this war is done. And obviously, nobody outside of a few quote-unquote neocons wants a massive overhaul and 100,000 troops on the ground and a giant military incursion like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody really, save for a very, very few minority people, certainly not this administration, and certainly not the vast majority of voters for this administration, want a giant, huge Afghanistan, Iraq-style troops on the ground thing. That's why I keep going back to these objectives. Destroying their capabilities, their missile-making capabilities, that's number 1. Annihilating their navy, number 2. Ensuring that they can't be the world sponsor of terror is number 3. And making sure that they can never achieve a nuclear weapon. So to all of the Iranians that join these rooms and speak passionately, my heart goes out to you. It genuinely does. It really, really, really does. But those are the 4 objectives of this administration. Anything else is a bonus. Yes, again, of course the United States has an interest in that. And Shiva made another point earlier about them getting a civilian nuclear program. The United States has been offering Iran a civilian nuclear program for many, many years at this point. It basically said, you guys don't need to enrich any uranium. We'll give you the uranium so that you guys can have your own civilian nuclear program. But that's not what they want. They don't want civilian. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't bury their nuclear material hundreds and hundreds of feet underground. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't continue to escalate their enrichment of uranium far past civilian levels. And this is what this regime has continued to do over and over and over again. Iran has shouted death to America since the inception of this current regime in the 1970s. Like, anybody who thinks that if they had a nuclear bomb, that they wouldn't either use it or threaten to use it is out of their minds. Of course they would. So, again, the United States has had 4 very, very basic, very, very, so we hear on these rooms all the time, oh, well, if the regime doesn't fall, is this really a mission accomplished? Again, the Trump administration, not only Donald Trump, but also J.D. Vance on March 2nd, Marco Rubio on March 2nd, United States Command Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said this on March 3rd, Marco Rubio on March 3rd, Pete Hegseth, March 4th, Dan Kane, March 4th. Like, again, I could keep going down the list of this keeps getting restated and restated and restated.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben. You done, Ben?
No, that's literally, I thought it was funny that it was Cello said, you get it, because that was literally, that was me done.
Okay, Mello, we got it. We got it.
He was restating the objectives. I got it. Okay.
To the Iranian people, you've been had once again, just like the Venezuelan people. You know, they made you guys get out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the IRGC. You guys, just like those Cubans who were saying, vote for Trump, I love Donald Trump. And then they booted their ass out the country once he got in office. You've been had. Oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. The Iranian people, they're being murdered by the thousands. We must get over there for a regime change. We have to do this war. Now they're scaling back. Now it was never their objective. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump don't run shit. America don't run shit. Israel running this motherfucking shit. And it's all about prophecy. They're not like you lukewarm Christians. They believe that shit in the Talmud verbatim. Everything is holy. Everything is about God. They're not lukewarm like you. Going to church on Sunday, they're going to movies and sinning all weekend. They really believe this shit. This is the holy war. And with the Balfour Declaration in Great Britain, they knew they had to put their Caucasian ancestors, the Ashkenazis, on the throne. That's why Balfour sent a letter to Lord Rothschild. And they've done it. Now you have the most egotistical man in the history of the United States. What does he want? He wants to be a friend of the Jews. Why? That sets you up for life. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They say, yeah, we're coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil. And they're going to try and do their best to make sure they're not a threat to Israel. That's the whole game here. I finish.
All right. That was the end of the queue, so the floor is open.
Okay. Yes. To respond to this person that's just nice talking, we don't need the people to cry for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens for the other countries. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself from Iranian people. You can only understand. First of all. The second thing is that we are in this situation not because of the people. This is because of the other countries. And first of all, because of the Democrats in the United States, because of the supporting that they got it from Biden and other Obama, and all are responsible for this situation for Iranian people in this country. Then if you said that you are not responsible for the Iranian people, then the other countries shouldn't be responsible for their Islamic regime to support them. Whenever they start supporting them, they gain enough power. And for 47 years, they gain enough power because of the supporting outside Iran. And then now it's the responsibility of all people around the world to finish and end this terrorism. And this is not the there are some terrorists that are living in one part of the world, and this is the other country's responsibility to end them. And as an example for you guys that's only talking about your country, that's respectful. For 47 years, none of those countries accept to introduce the IRGC as terrorists. And after Trump's attempting and trying and showing is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And then I want to add this, we don't have any other country support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with Islamic regime because the Islamic regime don't care about the people. And they have, the other country have a lot of benefits to regime. By the chance, in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this war, and we appreciate it, and we want to end it. And this is, guys, if there is a revolution, there was a revolution for this 7 years ago in Iran, okay, it was not due to Iranian people, it's due to Carter, first of all, and the other country. Island, you can laugh it, please. Only read the history. It's very easy. There are a lot of documents. You can only read. And now the Islamic regime is supported by Russia and by China. And that's all said. Please don't separate yourself. You are people. And then you cannot say, it's very easy to say that, okay, this is what is it. Later, if the Islamic regime got enough power, you cannot say this is what is it. This is not only our responsibility to be against all countries or other governments that supporting Islamic regime.
She said she supported Trump's war. I don't think you understand your support.
Yes, I am supporting.
Excuse me. Shiva, hold on.
I was speaking, guys.
Sorry. Okay, let me talk whenever it's my turn.
When I'm done, you can go. There's no
Okay.
Okay. But I just wanted to say, again, no accountability. Blame Obama, blame Trump, blame Jimmy Carter, blame everyone except Iranians who led the most popular revolution we've seen in modern times in 1979. I mean, I don't know who's telling you history about what happened. I hear you like the revolution now, but at the time, in 79, it was very popular. And today, you're saying, yeah, they're friends with Iran, they're Russia, they're friends with China. Okay, and go fix your country, go overthrow your regime. Trump weakened the fuck out of the regime. He bombed the shit out of them. He fucked them up, left, right, and center. Now you guys can go and finish the job. If that's what you want.
I want to choke you to death, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck out of, you guys are blaming Trump, and now you're blaming America and saying it's all enough.
No, I never blame. Oh, okay, I never blame Trump because he is not favorite person in our history. I encourage him, and Iranian people also support him. I never. Yes. But we don't fund the negotiation with Iran, Islamic regime. We don't fund the negotiation.
Now we should answer our nationality to move.
No, Peter, how about you guys take charge? I mean, answer my question.
How the hell do I talk like Peter? How do I be like Peter?
Peter, how about answer my question?
Guys, I don't know if you guys know this shit. This goes again.
Why the whole time it's crazy?
I just don't understand. 94 million people. You guys hate this government so bad. Go do something, man. They're weakening us right now.
If other countries didn't support Islamic regime, we could do that.
Oh my God, here we go.
Okay, whenever you don't know, you couldn't say like this.
Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, hold on, Shiva. When we're all talking, I'm missing a lot of things here, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Shiva, are you aware? So Shiva, are you aware of the objective of the conflict that the U.S. and Israel have against Iran? Do you know if they've achieved those objectives?
Not yet.
No. Your name's not Shiva. is to make sure that Iran never get a nuclear weapon. The second thing that we wanted to do was destroy their navy, which we did. Also, they hit. We did not do that.
No, not yet. It's not complete yet. Okay,
hold on. How many ships was in the Iranian Navy, and how many of them right now at the bottom of the ocean? It's a very direct question.
Okay, I'm not about the amount. Okay, I agree that now in the south of Iran, now the USA, fortunately, USA could surrender Iran and could open the.
No. Shiva, hold on. Sorry. Shiva, hold on. Shiva, I want to have a back and forth, but I want to make sure we're answering the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say again. Do you know, before the conflict started, on March 2nd, before the conflict started, how many ships were in the Iranian Navy?
No.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Because you said you know the regime better than all of us, you know this. I need to be aware that you're speaking from a place of understanding, not just a place of emotion. I got it. Because you listen, if it was America, I'd be just like you, but I'm going to come with some information. Also, you need to know which site did the United States hit in Iran? Which site? Okay? What military post? All this stuff is documented. Okay, how many planes is no longer in their Air Force? These were things. What were the three countries? Hold on. What were the three countries, which is our objective, that Iran would no longer support in reference to their proxies? These are terrorist proxies. Do you know the three countries?
Okay, I know that now. Okay, I know that now. Sorry. Can I respond? I know that the Greek regime now is in the weakest point. Okay, I know it. Could you please now take a look at the reference that I sent to you now? But you need to know what's going on during the ceasefire now in Iran. And what's going on in Iran just now. Take a look at it and take a look at other documents. The Islamic for 47 years, the Islamic regime shows that it's not trusted. You can say that, we try to stop the nuclear energy, but it's not. It's not happening at all. And I promise that, I swear to God, never it happened. You can say in the word, but in the reality, it's not happening at all. It happened only whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said. You can believe me or not, but I know the Islamic regime better than you. Okay, you are trying to say that, convince me that now you hit a lot of equipment in Iran. I agree. I don't deny it. But the thing is that the truth is that now, in the reality, the Islamic regime will get enough power to continue nuclear energy. That's all said. This is my point. They are liar and they are killer. And if you consider these 2 points, later, whenever they got enough power again, they will continue this again. And they will be the big danger for the United States as well. And also you said that it's done. The objective of the United States is done. I said that no, it's not done. It's done whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said.
Edward, hey dude, excuse me. No, you have the answer. I'm sure you're the only one who have an answer.
No, I don't have any answer. Stop it.
No, you have the answer. Believe me, you do have the answer. I want to ask you this. Why United States, this my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't want a regime change in Iran in his way. So why US drop nuclear bomb in Japan?
Why don't you allow someone else to speak? You've been on the mic a lot.
My bad. Okay, no problem. So, first of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to stay focused on one country that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay, so I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective of the United States government moving to the conflict was to make sure that there would be a regime change on the island in Iran. Can anybody give me that document? That was the objective of the United States military, to go into Iran and to make sure that the Iranian people, after the regime was removed, that the United States would set up something to change. Because everything Sheba, no, for 1 second, everything Sheba said, that inside of Iran, after everything's been done, the objective has not been completed. And I'm saying that was never the United States objective, not the military objective. Okay? We have that clearly written down, and our 4 objectives have been accomplished based on what they set out to do. So I don't know why.
You're very erudite, but you're not succinct. You made your point, but you keep going on and on.
I'm sorry. Edward, and it's kind of to you, Edward. I just want to respond to something you said. Listen, guys. I really, really, really want to be clear. Right? The United States had multiple objectives, right? But if we're being honest, we had one real objective, and that was to prevent a nuclear-powered Iran. That was it. I want to be super duper clear. Everything else, we could have been, it's cool. But our primary objective.
At least China overused one too, Anthony.
So here's what's up, right? I know it's sexy. I know it's like the global conspiracy, and we're really moving pieces to get to China, Venezuela, and Iran. This is all about China. This is geopolitics. This is the world is a chessboard. All of that stuff is super sexy now. And can multiple things be true at the same time? Absolutely. But you see, I don't think you guys fully agree with me that Barack Hussein Obama was in office, and if he had sent one carrier over to the Middle East and sat it outside of Iran, we would have gotten a far better deal. We wouldn't be there right now. We wouldn't be risking blood and treasure. All of this other stuff wouldn't even be a thing if Barack had done that. Here we are, though. There's no time machine. We can't get in, Back to the Future and all of that bullshit. There's no time machine for us to go and fix the problem. Donald Trump is playing the cards that he was dealt to the absolute best of any human being's ability. Any human being's ability. If someone told you that we have the potential of resolving this conflict with as little blood and treasure as we've spent in Iran, and come out with a favorable outcome, we would have lined up and thanked our lucky stars for this outcome. We all have gotten in line for this shit. I understand that there's some people that hate. Okay, cool.
Anthony, I'm speaking because I don't want to interrupt the moderator, but I have not yet spoken.
Anthony, please.
And Willem, whoever your name is, you have been on the mic a lot.
No. Hold on. I have been on the mic. You're correct. It was not a lot, but thank you. Because he did stop me because he's a mod, and I know how to use the mod. Okay?
So as mod, who do you want to speak now, Anthony?
Until I interrupted Edward, How about Echo goes and then you go right after?
Thank you. So basically, so I 100% agree that our main objective was to stop them from nuclear weaponry. That was the number one thing, right? You and I both agree that, to my knowledge, there's only one president in the history of America that got this accomplished, right? So I'm grateful for that. So you and I are on the same page, okay? The biggest thing I say, Anthony, is you, like you said, there's a lot of things that can be done at the same time. One of the things I would say, the objectives that we have outside of just stopping them from the nuclear opportunity is the terrorist proxies and also destroying their Navy and their Air Force. And I land there. Thank you for letting me respond.
So, Anthony, you're correct that ending the nuclear Iran was the most important objective, but let's all be honest. In an ideal world, would be in the best interest of America if the IRGC was all dead and there was a new government. That would be the ideal. Now, the reason why we can't have that, it's not President Trump's fault we can't have that. It's the fault of Americans that are sabotaging President Trump that we can have it. You have the entire, if you go to any Groyper room, any Nick Fuentes room, any Tucker Carlson room, they're denouncing Trump for the war. At the same time, the leftists, the progressives, the people that hate America, they're also denouncing Trump. Trump is getting attacked by losers and pieces of shit on his left and his right. And the truth of the matter is, if this goes before Congress and the Senate, and there's whether to continue the war or settle for modest goals, he just can't get the votes. And that's not criticism of the president. That's an economic reality. The economic reality is you have to look your fellow Americans, and I say this to you, Anthony, you have to look your fellow Americans in the eye, your fellow Americans who are leftists who hate this fucking country, and your fellow Americans who are Groypers, who also are sabotaging. The Groypers and the leftist scum have teamed up to fuck Trump up the ass, and they have allowed Trump to only get limited objectives. It's 80%, but it's not 100%, and I think you're man enough to admit that, and I'm fucking done.
You're so right, dude. Those fucking Groyper assholes.
Go ahead, sir. I just want to say that Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But Wenzel, I'm cool with what we've accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Absolutely.
I would say this. I think the same thing we saw happen to Cuba, where it took out their life supply and just let them choke out. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same thing with these guys. You just rerouted their number one revenue resource away from them. And now the bargaining chip that they thought they had, they no longer have. So I'm pretty sure they yeah.
There's no question the Iranians knew that they were going to be squeezed to the table to negotiate or figure something else out. Whatever they had going on was not going to work in the long term. There's just no way.
They thought China was going to rescue them, Matt.
Well, possibly too. A bunch of other players probably. They thought none of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, that were saying China's got a submarine tracking our carrier fleet. China's gonna attack. We're gonna have World War III if America attacks Iran. They won't do it because China will attack. Yeah, well, fuck it.
You know
those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who has their back. You notice that?
Yeah.
The America, UK didn't show up. None of these other
exactly.
Trump, they called them out. Now we know their true colors, and we're actually gonna circle back around and take care of that too. By the way, this whole nation. Why wouldn't they? They're allies.
They're loyal too. It's their shipping lane too. Like
you go and pick a fight without consulting them. We talking about
why the fuck do I need to tell you I'm finna fight, nigga? I said, come on, you better bring your ass. Alright, well, I tell you what, I'm finna take my money and I'm going home. Y'all figure it out, y'all. Cause clearly y'all can't do it on y'all.
What kind of people turn their back on fellow friends or allies like that?
Because they're not allowed to go to war for Israel.
Well, that's their story.
Shout out to Israel. At least Israel willing to fight.
They show up for a little bit.
They have to fight.
But LaBella, you show up for a little bit of the game. Why should I think they show up a little bit by letting LaBella do some of the bases, right?
Wait, sorry, I can't even hear you, man. Go ahead.
I said they didn't even show up on the field. Who does that?
Like the guy said.
We don't need them. But
you didn't even
listen, guys, man. Just real quick, Othello. Man, I want to be clear about something. I go into a bar with Totem Pole, all right? Totem Pole gets a little inebriated, and he's supporting some guy's wife's behind.
This is a good one.
Dead wrong. He's dead wrong. I'm going to fight with Totem Pole.
Yes, sir.
In that bar. Every motherfucker in that bar, we're going to
yes, sir.
I got to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again. But Totem Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch.
And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get here with a bottle.
How are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page, and they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option now. Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration and putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, we're going to send the missile catchers, right, to Israel. We're going to send that and help. So Britain showed up a little bit, but you still have infighting within the European nations on who to fuck with. And Spain does not fuck with Israel at all. Italy neither.
And you know what? Spain is also funding the USA demise. So Othello, we in the club. Same example that Anthony gave. If I see a nigga finna sneak you, what you think I'm finna do? Knock him out.
Let me tell you something. Taiwan did the smartest thing you can do. When that prime minister went on there and shook Xi's hand, they said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace. In the end. Not Israel and not the U.S.
And not Spain. Not Spain.
That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind it. What did Joseph Kent say? Joseph Kent was in all the damn meetings.
Brother, you just admitted that Spain. Okay, my bad.
I love this dialogue. Joseph Kent said that Trump couldn't even give them the names of who they were negotiating with because if it got back to Israel, Israel would bomb the people. Okay? So they got their own fucking agendas. How dare any American in here say what Israel's agendas are? You don't even know. All these goyim conspiracy theories, I'm tired of this shit. Okay? Trump wants to do enough not to put boots on the ground, but at the same time wants to be able to say, I was a friend of Israel in the end. I did enough. I can't go all the way, but I did enough. Okay? This is Israel's fucking war. Period.
Gonzalo, here's what's up, bro. We are disagreeing. But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, brother, whoever's off the mic, please mute up. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. Othello, there was points when we had divergent agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 before any of our NATO allies. They are useless. They are completely hapless, useless, and feckless. Fuck them. Alright? And they have been exposed. And you know who like NATO is scared of? All of those European Union friggin' patsies, they're scared of Russia. They're terrified. And the only thing that was keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw support. Watch and see. Yo, what happened? What happened when Trump came into office the first time? He said, yo, you guys aren't contributing your fair share to NATO. He called them States like their big brother, and they would run home and go get their big brother. That shit is over with. That's over with. We're not fucking with them like that anymore. They have been exposed. Thank God.
Can I just say something? So I've been listening for a while, and the labor language is like, and quickly at some point said that regime change was never an objective. Well, that's just not true, right? Like, there's literally several tweets like Trump that you can go and look yourself where regime change is mentioned explicitly. And I guess Anthony, here's a more accurate analogy of what totem pole. If totem pole went into the bar and tried to rape 6 different women, would you still be fighting along with totem pole? And then totem pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's trying to rape 6 different women, people are kind of attacking him or fighting him. Can you send your son and your daughter and your cousins to fight on behalf of them? Would you still fight with totem pole? Because that's more of an accurate analogy.
So true. All jokes aside, right? Let's just call totem pole Mr. X. Let's not put that on his name. All right? Cool. We'll move forward from there. Now, I'm trying to understand who in your analogy is Mr. X is. Are you saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you talking about?
Let's use totem pole as an analogy of
I'm not trying to use totem pole as an analogy for rape. I'm not trying to do that to you. Okay?
Well, you asked me a question and we answered it.
Sure.
So you know, Drew, we don't want to see that good.
Exactly.
No, I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy you use. I'm not saying I don't know totem pole. I'm not suggesting totem pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you use, whereby you said if totem pole is a kind of replacement for Israel, and you in the United States.
This conversation. Let's move forward. It's not a big deal, True. I don't want to get bogged down with this. I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you in your analogy, who is Mr. X, the rapist?
Right. Okay, Mr. X. So you, in your initial analogy, my understanding was that you were saying you, the USA, and Mr. X is Israel, and even if Mr. X is in the wrong, you will stand by Mr. X and fight alongside Mr. X, right? That's not what I'm saying at some point, there is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point you have to say, should Mr. X be doing this, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point do I say, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
Be honest with
me. I need to control Mr. X.
The truth, to be honest with you, 100% correct. There is behavior that's going to cross a line for me that I will not be used. You're 100% correct. But I would also have to call into question, right? Like, how was I hanging with Mr. X and he was a rapist in the first place? Like, how was I such a bad judge of Mr. X's character? I would have to really call into question. But absolutely, you are correct. I'm not going to support people, just like there's lines, there are limits. So you're right. You're 100% right. Now, why would you, right, draw a parallel between a rapist and Israel?
For one, there's literal videos of the ideas raping people. Which is going to speak in the literal sense, but aside from that, I think, at some point you've got to say, well, if a country is, waging war on 6 different fronts, is occupying territory, is building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept in.
Men of House Darkland, all who bend the knee to the true King Aegon will be spared. You can earn back your honor by raising his banner and fighting in his name against the whore of Dragonstone. All who refuse will have their death.
Moral of Douglas. Eastern
no honor left in this world, Cole. Sacking your own castles and putting up people to the sword can make up. You're not fit for the idle work. This is about the death and traitor desire. You should thank me for it. Yours I can't be kind.
So obviously it's not the entirety of the country, that's just ridiculous, but you do have government officials, saying some of this stuff. You did have government officials saying there should be no food and no water, and even, access to basic necessities.
The ramp, the wall, the tunnels were being dug underneath it. While the tunnels were dug, the tower was already moving. Assyria didn't besiege cities, it ran them through a machine. 701 BC, Lachish, the second most important city in the kingdom of Judah, King Sennacherib arrived with the most sophisticated siege operation the ancient world had ever seen, and he ran all three methods at the same time. The battering ram had been refined across generations of Assyrian kings. Ashurnasirpal II built them 15 feet long, suspended on iron chains inside a wheeled housing with an archer turret on top. Each iteration got lighter, faster, harder to stop. The ram's metal blade didn't smash, it pried bricks out one by one. The ram required 3 million stones, quarried from a cliff face 80 meters from the wall, passed hand to hand along human chains to the construction site. Battering rams weighing a full ton were hauled to the top on wooden beams. Defenders threw burning torches at the wooden siege towers. Assyrian engineers poured water from hoses on top to stop them catching fire. While all of this happened above ground, sappers worked below, undermining foundations until entire wall sections could be brought down from underneath. Sennacherib was so proud of Lachish he had the entire siege carved onto his palace walls. Those reliefs still exist. They're in the British Museum. The city fell. The machine moved to the next one. What ancient siege do you want us to cover next? While the ramp hit the wall, tunnels were being...
I understand what the gentleman just said in regards to the rape thing. Because in some ways, I kind of feel the same way. Is that Israel has really pushed the line on some of this stuff as far as on a global level, as far as they've been very aggressive in their way of dealing with the U.S., with our economy, our banking system, the media, also with Palestine, and they've been very rambunctious since October 7th with quote-unquote defending of themselves. And to a level, I understand as far as what kicked it off. They didn't start that. And I can understand to a level of defending yourself, but then I just feel like there is a line that you kind of have went overboard. I mean, all of your neighbors don't even receive this. I mean, you killed hundreds of thousands of people over there in Palestinian land, right? And so I feel like Israel has become a little cold. And so for us to line up
different Trump. I was supporting Trump. We were supporting the movement that he was making with the tariffs, the movement that he was making with the country as far as the Golden Dome. We were supporting even the massive AI. We were supporting all that. But then 72 hours after he gave the best speech of his life, I think that speech that he gave was the best that he ever gave. It was clear, it was concise, it was smooth, and it made sense. And 72 hours later, I think they called in his own guard. I think he was compromised, and I think he called in his guard and said, look, either you drop with us and you ride with us on this. This wasn't a bar fight. This was them putting a gun to Trump's head and telling him, either you come with us or we'll use our nukes. You're either riding with us because you owe us, you bastard. And we'll bring out the other evidence about this Epstein shit.
You are goofy as fuck. You've been hating on Trump for years. Don't just sit around that.
Just let him land. Just let him land.
I believe. I'm a land right here. I believe Trump was compromised, and he is a transformer. I land.
You do know how
I just want to point this out. I would like you guys to go, and I haven't went and looked at it myself. I'm willing to bet, though, that Letitia James' judgment was overturned. Right. This idea that
was.
Okay, cool. All right, boom. So that's one thing. This idea, right, that the president of the United States would come so cheap. That dog won't hunt. Here's the thing, right? You got people that are going to co-sign what Totem just said, right? They're gonna agree with him. And in the next breath, they're going to say that Israel and the United States had separate agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense. Because it's either we had divergent agendas or Trump is a puppet, whatever, to Netanyahu. It's one or the other. It's not going to be both.
Can I say something?
I'm going to pass it to you now. You know what? You got it. I'll go after you.
No, I just wanted to say, man, like, I don't know why we're allowing this guy to sit here and lie. Like, he said he was down with the terrorists. This guy has been shitting on Trump for ever since I've been on this app, which is now over 2 years. So he must have just recently changed his tune. But don't believe him, folks. He's a liar. He has not liked this man since before the election. He's been shitting on Trump. Everything he can find.
To be fair, Mountain, to be fair, right? We're not like the other spaces where people can't just express themselves freely. We're not just going to yell people down.
I'm just saying that he's just lying. But I'm just saying this guy's dishonest.
So Mountain, this is what we do, right? We contradict it with facts. If he's lying, we show where he's lying. It was simple for me to say, and I didn't even go look it up. I believe that judgment was overturned. It was simple for me to say that. It's not really a hard thing, Mountain. I don't want us to stifle communication. I don't want us to just not be able to hash it out. It's cool. We
don't want this all to be other spaces like Anthony's saying, where you literally can't have any discussion anymore. It's completely ridiculous. And Anthony's completely right. The best way to counter anybody's, in your opinion, stupidity is let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward. Because now
it's true, but you
I already know what Black Pool is all about. So a lot of people do. We're all sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay, man. We get you. We know what's going on now.
I'm just gonna say, like, if someone's full of shit, though, I mean, I'll call them out after. I don't care. Like, they're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then fucking. Yeah. Now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump for the get-go.
But you kind of getting in front of him too much. You know what I mean? But I mean, you get it. You know where.
Yeah. Anthony, I want to focus on your initial question. You said make the dog hunt. Israel and the U.S. has Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, particularly over energy and leadership topics. On one side, Trump appears to be interested in the Venezuela model in Iran, which is predicated on aligning with the pragmatic regime inside, accessing vast oil reserves and resources. On the other side, Netanyahu seems to prefer mowing the grass that weakens Iran and continues the conflict. Both approaches are at odds with each other, especially as Israel increasingly intends to dictate the terms of the war. Now watch this. As far as Israel's agenda,
Sure, reading the part about not murdering
Netanyahu has consistently communicated that the central objective of the conflict is regime change. Now, we just spent the last hour talking about how the U.S. doesn't want regime change and doesn't want to. It's not our job to rescue the Iranian people. Wait, right? No. Hold on. He just said make the dog. He just said make that dog bark. Am I doing it?
Right. Wait, are you saying that we didn't want regime change at all? We didn't. There was nobody that said that was like the objective, but it does happen. Well, more power to us. I'm not following what you're talking about.
Well, you need to follow because
no, just 1 second. I don't want to say. I'm going to hand it right back to you. I don't want this to be a misunderstanding.
Let me respond to that. Israel said that their core tenet, their core agenda is regime change. America, just like you, Matt, says that if it happens, cool. We took out the Ayatollah, right? We just want to get the oil, baby. We want to get this money. But we are at odds with Israel because they're like, no, regime change, which continues to.
This is really important, Othello. This is really important. We have an opportunity right now to learn from each other. According to Totem Pole's thesis, they have compromised. They have Donald Trump is compromised. That was the basis of his thesis. The information you are presenting contradicts that, which was my point. If Donald Trump is compromised, he's not going to be able to publicly disagree with Netanyahu. He's not going to say stuff like Israel keeps on killing the leadership. We can't find anybody to negotiate with. He's not going to say stuff like that. That is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, furthermore, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say that we've been arguing for the last against regime change, that's been threw me off. I didn't know we never heard that.
Well, they would think that it wasn't one of our core tenets, like one of our core tenets, and I understand that. But what I'm saying is Israel's main.
Okay, that's Israel's. Why can't we separate the two?
Okay, you can, but if we're in direct alignment with them as far as like.
We don't have to be. We can both. We all can do our same thing, but still be on the same field. It's all good, right?
Let me tell you something. As long as Israel is continuing this war, our battleships have to be at the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean? We have to pull up. Period.
Listen. I'll stipulate this to you. Sorry, if you want to go after me. If Netanyahu came to Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hulk Hogan. You know what you want to know, baby? So I've been watching you on TV day and night. And since I'm inside down the window city, I'm a piece of life, you know. Because after I get done beating the magnificent Morocco down to where he should be, you know, that's why I'm down. You know, my friend Mr. T, my main man in Chicago, he told me a lot about the city. I know my hot place, and I'd like to take you tonight. I'm going to take you all around the town. What do you think? I'm some kind of clown? You know, everywhere we go tonight, you're going to see no comedian running wild. And when we're done, you're going to start hanging and banging day and night. You're going to be training, saying your prayers, and eat your vitamins. That's what it's all about, you know. I would like to know, first of all, I was talking to Ivan about this earlier. How long does it stay in the sun to get this started? You know, baby, don't mind who was walking in the house, and it was in a speech to me, like, you know, I kind of like the alert. I want to the sun and more right now because I haven't been on the sun for about a week and a half. The thing is, that's what it's all about. We're going to do like 3 minutes.
It's not our
that's what he said. This is a give and take situation. If I'm going to be out here talking about Hulkamania running along, trying to set an example for all the little ulcers, I got to keep a clean track record, you know. Not that I'm perfect, but I'm awful close. I've done a few things a long time ago that I'm not too happy about. I took a few cake shots and busted some people up. But as far as drugs go, baby doll, that went out a long time ago, back in Woodstock, back in '69. We're talking about living clean, doing the right thing, positive actions and positive thoughts. Look how big you get. You know, this arm's bigger than your head. Yeah, it is. What do you do? What do you do when you want to just relax? Do you ever get any constant relaxation? Relaxing, you know, I'm gonna roll like a motherfucker, you know. I could have been relaxing now, but I gotta get out here talking to you, you know. You're the number one lady around this town. You're the number one queen around this town. That's why I'm out here. I wouldn't be out here with just nobody. I believe it. I believe it. I want to know what else like to take Cindy off of the journey. Does she think she's wild and weird and crazy as we think she is? Well, you know, you're coming from the wrong point of view. I can definitely see that I'm an expert for Hulkamania, you because the thing is, why don't you ask Cindy off her what it was like to hang out with me for a while and get her head right? You know, I trained her to get her shape for rock and roll. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Well, I did.
Well, I figure out the international community is by and large against Israel. Israel needs America. So they can't just do what they want. They cannot just do what they want. They have to have America's backing for a lot of
Well, they can do what God wants.
Yes, that's true. Obviously, America wants to do what God wants. Well, that's obviously, you know,
but that can't be true though because they would have did before. So I mean, I get your point. I think you're looking for conflict, but there is none. You know, and the thing go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Ann said personal vendettas. Okay, why do we have a personal vendetta? Why can't we just listen to Joseph Kent, who was in the meetings and literally told us, hold on, man. He literally told us that Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they were in talks with because Israel would go and bomb them. Now that's crazy.
I agree with that, but that like if you remove it from the government and you bring it down to a personal level, I'm pretty sure you got friends that if you got into a fight and you wanted to go back and do some damage, you got friends that I can't tell them because do what they willing to do. I can't. Like everybody got them type of people around them, so that don't surprise me. And then when you look at where Israel is geographically in all of this stuff, if I was from Israel or I was a part of the nation of Israel, I would want them wiped off the map as well. Let's go ahead and get this shit over with.
It's cold red right now.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. Like they got this belief system and we got ours. They trying to colonize us and we ain't going for that shit. We finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
You know, also, it's like Matt said, you know, we do need to circle back because it kind of makes us look weak. But I'm just saying, if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull out, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, he wants some other backing. And he says that this.
No, he's doing that to make sure their allies will do it, and he was just exposing them.
Well, no, I think he would like them there.
I mean, it's a little bit of both. Like, okay, it's one of those things like, okay, I'm going to expose these guys for being the chumps that they are, but if they do show up, sure, why not use them? It's kind of one of both, you know. But
well, he wanted us to look unified because his whole thing is like, you know, it's PR. You know, he wants us to look unified to the Russians and the Chinas, but it shows chinks in our armor when we're not unified with our European partners. I'm gonna put it that way, and I know you guys can agree. But when I look at China, man, they're making chess moves. You know what I mean? With the Taiwan thing, they want to present themselves to the world as a level-headed force. You know what I mean? And not belligerent. And the only thing I'm worried about with Trump, he's making us look like belligerent pigs. You know what I mean? Like that deserve to be, you know, swung on. Like we're just out of control. And I'm saying that he needs to move with a little bit more tact from chess and just like a PR thing, which Israel bought TikTok so that people can start to love them again. It's all a PR war, right? I'm looking at China and they looking very wise as they moving.
Fellow, bro, I'm really disappointed in them. Yo, I implore you to really do some research into what's going on in China. I implore you to go and see what happened to the top generals in China within the last couple of months, who didn't support, what some of the rules that she was making. But listen, man. I'm gonna use a movie reference to something that we've been talking. When Michael went to that restaurant, you know what I'm saying, and they were talking about negotiating some kind of agreement, they were like, yo, listen, we can negotiate whatever we want, but Luka Brogdon, that motherfucker ain't listening. Y'all try to take out the Godfather, he's coming to see you. And they like, yo, Luka Brogdon sleeps with the fishes. They knew they had to take him out because there's certain dudes that no matter what, they're going to do what they want to do because they're going to address the situation. We all have friends like that. Here's what's up, man. As far as China looking like some kind of statesman and, reasonable force in the world, it's bullshit. And China, for all the saber rattling, for all of the building up of their military that they've done, Taiwan is across the street from China. The United States is half a world away from Taiwan. Why hasn't China run up in Taiwan yet? Why haven't they? Why? Because Joe Biden's no longer president and they know they'll get their ass kicked. Because they are scared. They're shook ones, part 1, 2, shook ones. They are scared. That's why they haven't run up there. And the other thing is, what do you think happens to the chip factory if China was to try to run up in Taiwan? That shit would be rubble overnight. We are not giving China the chip factory, which is the only reason they want Taiwan. So listen, man, you guys, you can worry about whatever you want to worry about. God bless you. But we see what's going on outside.
So did you see the recent? Did you see the recent? Okay, I'm sorry, Toto. I'm just asking one question, Anthony. Did you see the recent? Photo of Taiwan's Prime Minister and Xi? I didn't see it. Okay. Go do some research on that because they just made amends. So that's the big thing that happened this past week. China and Taiwan just shook hands on a grand stage. So the board is changing, and I implore you to do some research on that. And that's why I'm saying what does that mean? No. What does it mean? That's why I'm saying they looking wise. Go look at that photo. It was the photo of her seen around the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
They can become allies till the cows come home. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. If that here's a Reuters link. I'm posting a Reuters link. If that avoids World War III, I have no problem with it. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come onshore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion. They're talking about, or billions, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here, also employment and training for the people here. So over the next 10 years, the chips will be over here. But there's another piece to it. The Chinese and the Taiwanese were exactly the same way. These Polish Ashkenazis, the same way. Absolutely same way. They're warmongering people. They love to fight for no reason, and they always keep up conflict. There's places on the map that don't do that, and China is one of those places. I'll stick my totem pole right there.
Go ahead, Ford.
So I think the challenge I have with this is that when we look at other countries, we highlight their potential, but we don't highlight the potential of what America can do. We only see the downside as to what America can do. Listen, man, to be an American means you talk shit. And you don't just turn it off just because the motherfucker don't like you or it's not presidential to do so. Like, in our daily lives, bro, like at work you talk shit. Like, to be an American means you talk shit. When it comes to China, China can build all the shit that they want, but if they ain't willing to bust their gun, that shit don't mean nothing. And we have proven that if you talk shit about us, we gonna come see about you. So yeah, it's wise for them to shut the hell up. Or we gonna come see about them. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, they get on stage and they shake hands. Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything. Like, I need more context as to how do you see this playing out? We already got soldiers over there. Are you telling me that China finna try to take over? Are you telling me that Taiwan is finna kick our soldiers out? Like, what does it mean to say, like what else does that mean?
It's a chess move. You know what I mean? Where it can lead, we don't know, but it's a chess move.
Can I just say, first of all, I think, some of what is being said, frankly, in some ways is a bit childish, this idea that, go find out about China and all the rest of it. I mean, you can point to things like, Afghanistan, right? Which is just, the Taliban was a ragtag group of just guys in sandals and AK-47s, and look how that turned out, right? The Taliban told of Afghanistan now. But if this argument, China hasn't done shit in Taiwan because they're scared, it's a joke. I mean, maybe there's another reason. That's totem, and I completely agree with totem. Maybe it's because they respect international law, has that struck your mind at all? And we can point to some other evidence. So, for instance, Russia right now has invaded Ukraine. Did the USA engage in direct?
Truth, you keep going out. I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Drops out more than anything I've ever seen.
Can you hear me now?
You must be in China.
Yeah. Well, I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia. And if the USA is not willing to engage with Russia in direct warfare, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect, between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just childish. Like, it's not going to happen. No one's going to come to check, quote unquote, as you said. Or knows, everyone knows a lot better than to do that. And I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement between the USA and China. And not because China is quote scared, but because it just doesn't make sense for anyone. No one wins that.
So, would it be safe to say, because we know that's not the U.S. standpoint, the U.S. is like, if we got to get it done, then let's go ahead and get this shit over with. And it seems like Israel got the same perspective. Shout out to Israel. Let's go ahead and take these gloves off. Let's get this shit over with. If China's gunshot, don't you think that can be leveraged?
Are they gunshot or are they wise?
Not the soy sauce.
Right there with soy sauce dripping from their lips, with a smile on their face, and a futon watching all of this shit play out.
Alright. Appreciate it, bud.
It's weapons. But I'm gonna just tell you one thing. As long as you Anglo-Saxons have a thirst for war, you'll never advance in this society. I land.
Alright.
It's not an Anglo-Saxon thing. It's an American protection.
Sandra, how you doing? Just came up on stage.
Well, how are you guys doing?
You're not Sandra from other stages that are the opposite view of this?
Yes, I am. I just have to see what I was talking about.
Alright, I gotta admit you're one of the very few that ever come this way. So I'll give you any kind of grace and room to do what you need to do. In fact, I don't even have to have anybody respond to you. If you just want to make a statement and leave, that's cool.
Oh no, I just came to see what you guys were talking about. I came in here and then I was brought up and I was just like, okay, they must be pretty cool. I just want to see what's happening. I don't have a problem with anybody. And there's a lot of people in here that I know. So it's cool.
That's right. Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
That was the same one from what house I'm talking about, but yeah. So you have no thoughts on anything that's been said, or just kind of like
I've only been in here like 3 minutes, so yeah, I just want to check it out. But I mean, I don't have beef with anybody, so.
No, I think so. I mean, you talk this whole profile. Oh, Anthony, take it over. Yeah, you know her better than I do. I don't know. Anthony.
No, I'm cool.
I've been in many a stage with Sandra. We don't typically agree, but I'm happy she's in here. I'm happy, she's willing to come and exchange ideas and listen, and it's impressive. God bless her.
Yeah, well, Anthony, I given my command, or I don't know what you call them, the rules of engagement from the other houses, that if you want me on their stage, you have to come on mine. So there's been this ongoing battle with a bunch of people about that, and then I'm like, well, you guys just show up over on mine, it's fine, and I'll get one or two that will show up, or they're actually in the group mostly. So I'm like, okay, and then when one does show up, it's like I'll clear the way, it's the way it goes. So
I've been on these stages for over 6 years. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I have an issue with somebody, I just leave that room. But I mean, everybody it all makes sense until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along, but we don't agree on the same things, but we're still friends. We both follow each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well,
okay.
I give you more balls than literally most of the men over there. No offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where is over there?
Well, you know the places. Come on, I don't know if you're playing dumb.
No. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but
no, I'm not gonna mention it because it does get out or whatever. But you know the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes. To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention them specifically. It's counterproductive. Honestly, yeah, I'm just saying it to you. That's just.
No, that's fine. It's perfectly understandable. We don't have to discuss it, but I appreciate your use of the term Anglo-Saxon thirst for war. That's a new one for me. And I don't disagree.
I know, that's interesting. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, that alone could be a room. You know what I mean? You really break that down. That's a fascinating way of looking at it. Because, if we do go to war, like white, Saxon people do, we do drag everybody with us. So go ahead, Alex. Continue.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I used to get a lot of heat in certain rooms because I acknowledged it. I mean, when you look over, when you look at the last 100 years, the number of world wars white people have started and engaged with. I mean, we've killed at least over 100 million of our own in these wars. Easy. And when I say white people, I am using the traditional distinctions of race. So there was the white race, there was the black race, and the Asian race. Now the Asians, I mean, they were amateurs. Now, you know, under Mao Zedong, he killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget, there was another program, they killed another 20 million. So they're up to about 40. But yeah, when it comes to white people, yeah, by far, we've gone at it farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the planet. And I say that as to say, you know, maybe those other people should take note of that and don't fuck with us. Because if just be glad we're only focused on ourselves, and yeah, every once in a while we commit a few genocides here and there of other racial groups, but by far the people that we exterminate and war with is ourselves. And just stand clear, we'll be fine, and try not to get caught in the crossfire. So yeah, totem pole, completely agree. And that's my very, very, very dark view of that.
All in this room, I consider all to be Clubhouse friends, if not friends, acquaintances. And I see you in rooms all the time, and I'm in your room all the time. So much so that I think I'm top 5% on the app. And so the app told me by giving me a badge that I'm important in any room I'm in. So I come into these rooms and I communicate with my Anglo-Saxon friends. But the reality of it is, in my lifetime, in the 52 years that I've been on this planet, I've never seen you not have 2 consistent years without a war going on. And like I say, this type of a mindset, when you bring in technology, right, it's one thing to have all the information in a book, and you say, we'll keep the books in the library. It's another thing to upload all the information into the cloud and put it in your hand on a cell phone and say, here's your own smartphone, and all of our history, all of our information, and everything we know is right here at the palm of your hand. And then you expect people not to look at you a little different, Anglo-Saxons? Well, wait a minute. Now, I don't have to do much to do any history. I don't have to have a library card to do history on you folks. And so now people are starting to side-eye your movements a little different, because we have these smartphones and this AI and this Google, and all this stuff makes you even more arrogant, because you say, I can give you fools all of the information and history on us, and we still will be on top. And I don't think that's the way it's going to be with the technology. I think people are starting to look at you a little different, and people are starting to see, wait a minute, you fools just like to fight. But there's something that happens to a fool that likes to fight all the time. There's only 2 things that can happen to him. Either he's going to be put in jail, or he'll be put in a box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it, and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. people are aware of the history, more people are looking sideways at all of this and saying, what the hell? I think, but I think what's true now and what was true 100 and 200 and 1,000 and 2,000 years ago is all of these wars, they were always fought over resources. Now, you spoke about China earlier. Yeah, China's not sitting there smiling. China's sweating bullets because they get all of their oil from Iran. Well, they got it. If I understood or am remembering correctly, they were getting some from Venezuela, and they were getting a good portion from Iran. And initially, what I heard, they were the ones who told Iran, look, go to the peace table, agree to the ceasefire, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to get the oil we need from you, and then we're in trouble. So you better deal with the Americans. So no, they're
100%, by the way, Alan. 100%.
Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, Western European culture, we had to fight over resources. Resources were scarce. The surviving in Western Europe over the past 10,000 years in that environment required a very different mindset and required very different solutions than the people that came from Africa or the people that came from Asia or the people that came from the Middle East. It is just the way it is. And you had to fight. You're starving, your families in your village and the women and your children are starving, and some guy in the village, one village over, they're living it up, and your women and children are looking at you saying, we're hungry, we don't care. Yeah, you pick up some rocks and you go over there and you start hitting them on the head and you steal their food. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what it boils down to, and that's where it comes from. So, I don't know what else to say except that, and I'll end with this: in today's world, we are still fighting over resources, and now it happens on a global scale. We're fighting. They blew up in the Ukraine war. They blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That was the pipeline that transported oil from Russia to Western Europe. And Russia was making $1 billion a day from that pipeline. Well, Western United States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling the oil. We want Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, bye-bye Nord Stream 2. And, for the time being, now Russia's shipping it to India, and India's shipping it to Europe. So they're still making money on it. But eventually, that will change, and now those other countries will get it. Is it right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that. But it's done. And that's the kinds of games they play. And that's the kinds of games we need. Because, gas prices, guess what? They're making a deal. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Trump played them. He won. And now gas prices are going down.
Okay, and don't just put it all on white people. There are some murderous people, but those Arabs too. Are we lumping Arabs in with white people because those are some killing, warmongering, enslaving, conquering people too. They went all the way up into the Caucasus Mountains trying to spread Islam. They went all the way into Europe. They went all the way through North Africa. So you know what I mean? We're not just going
Yeah, Otello, yes, I know, but Totem Pole was focusing on white people. That's why I limited it to that.
I think it's a fake designation, white people. I can't think of people who haven't had a history of murder and war and killing. I don't know of any people that are free of that. People from the continent of North America, South America, Asia, Africa. There's killing on every single continent. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on killing.
That's true, Norm, but when you rack up the actual numbers, and this was before you came in, the distinction we made, white people have by far outdone every other racial group.
I mean, if you just look at more advanced weapons, not because of a lack of desire in other people's lives.
Well, if you just look at King Leopold, we're talking about 18 million.
That's one guy.
Yeah, exactly. 18 million Africans.
That's not white people, that's one man.
But he's a part of it.
Well, yeah, he's one gabillionth of white people.
Yeah, and look, he took out. Listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know and I don't know, but he is responsible for some.
How do we know that
about it? Definitely a bad guy.
I think we need to speak a little bit on things. I mean, this Alan, right? I agree. I mean, we did drag and kill quite a few people on our way to where we needed to go. You know, so I mean, it's not like.
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not.
Yeah, I don't deny it.
Yeah,
I just say don't fight it. You know what I mean? Like we can agree on all these things. You know.
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I don't need to say, well, it was just one person. He doesn't represent all. We're talking in extreme generalities here, and I think it's for the purpose of this conversation. I understand you don't want to do it more, and that's fine. I get it.
I think it's scientifically dishonest. Like, I don't even believe in this idea of white people. Like, you think an Armenian person is the same as a Greek person, is the same as a Portuguese person, is the same as a Norwegian person, is the same as an Australian? No, these are all different people.
No,
or a French person.
Yeah, because
British person.
Yeah, clearly.
But one of the Australians British?
Yeah, because clearly the Armenians are better. But that aside.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I know.
That's semantics a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it.
We don't have to belabor the point. I mean, when this conversation started, I pointed out, in World War I and World War II, I mean, the death toll. Russia had a death toll of all said and done, of like 50 million by the end of World War II.
They sent their own people to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's. And I said, in Mao Zedong, there was the Great Leap Forward killed 20 million, and then something else was 20 million. So
Cultural Revolution.
Yeah, but I mean, by comparison, Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah, I mean, Pol Pot too. How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say. It was only
3 million. Come on.
Well, that's rookie saying those are child numbers over there.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry. I
have high standards.
Yeah, it's interesting because even the Khmer Rouge, they sprung up because of the bombs that were dropped during the Vietnam War. So
that's not accurate at all. It was a communist movement. He was educated at the Sorbonne in Paris, like many of these fake revolutionaries like Ho Chi Minh.
The Khmer Rouge existed before we bombed the supply lines to the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, but you guys we bombed a lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
I don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were being slick. We weren't trying to bomb farmers. We were trying to take the North Vietnamese.
We just happened to. We bombed a
I
lot of
have to see more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge, right?
No.
Yes,
no, they tried to flee the Khmer Rouge. They was massacred by the Khmer Rouge. The people didn't. They were brutal murderers.
Not the lay people. No, not
the lay people.
Hold on. The Khmer Rouge, they killed a lot of people, but the most people that they killed were the artists, were the business people, and the intellectuals.
They killed whoever wasn't down with communism. I don't know if somebody how you want to kill intellectuals.
They focused on the artists. They focused on the artists.
Forced marriages. There were not 3 million artists in Cambodia, bro.
Oh, what?
There were 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on now. Cambodia was a hub for art before the Vietnam War. I got some documentaries that I can send to you.
Yeah. I mean, because, I made a film there. I'm quite familiar with Cambodia.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Have you seen Don't Think I've Forgotten the Lost History of Rock and Roll in Cambodia?
No. Oh, yes, I did. It's a long time ago. It's a very old one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting film, and it has nothing to do with art. I mean, that's post-war rock and roll in Cambodia. Yeah, it's actually a really interesting and good film.
Yeah, even the Prime Minister was a director and actor. So, they were a hub for the arts, but also, Western influence. There was a lot of Western influence. But we don't have to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, what is Western influence?
Just like, the music, the dress, and that's why
Is that something you're against?
No. I'm not even saying it on that level. I'm telling you why the communists even hyper-focused on that area too.
Communism is a Western ideology. That's a Western influence.
Yeah.
And it's been instrumentalized as a way of attacking the West. It's a suicidal ideology.
With my friends here on stage, I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles that were coming up when I was probably in middle school, and we know they were from
scientist, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now it's interesting. I didn't know he was going to go down this route, but when we watched the documentary Disclosure, Marco Rubio was in there, as well as some other people. This is definitely this is not totally far-fetched.
Documentary Disclosure. Disclosure.
Yeah, so Marco Rubio, as well as
when did it come out?
I think last year.
Okay. And what did it disclose? What did Marco Rubio say?
It's a lot, but basically, what he just said, we've been reverse engineering.
Marco Rubio said that the crop circles were messages from aliens.
Did you see the documentary?
I'm asking you what Marco Rubio said.
Okay, so
did Marco Rubio say that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
No, but they did greenlight a lot of the other things that he said. I think he's mixing.
I'm just curious.
He more so greenlight that there are orbs and UAPs and unidentified.
I was thinking it is endless panicked.
Man, you know what? Some were saying that they were already here and they're underneath the
He just intimated that that aliens are real. I don't remember any specifics. Yeah.
Okay. How did he intimate it?
Why don't you go watch it and find out?
Well, you're the one making the claim. I mean, you saw it. I mean, if you remember, you don't remember, just say, I don't know.
There's a lot that we're still in the dark about, right? Okay. At the same time, like Beaver said, for him to put himself out there in the documentary, agreeing with the general agenda of the documentary.
What's the general agenda?
That there are UAPs, orbs, on the planet that
so they're unidentified.
Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon is what they call them, Norm.
Right, but he doesn't say that there are aliens. He just doesn't unidentified.
Yeah,
him specifically.
What they're saying is the propulsion technology that these UAPs have, the way they're able to slow down, move fast, and they've been doing this since like the 660s. A lot of it at night. Yeah, it's unexplained pretty much.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely could have been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, kind of tracking, vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. I mean, to me, the implication is that it's China.
The nuclear they've been able to turn it on and off. It's been documented that any time it was turned off, they didn't do it. And the orb, I just want to land. The orbs have been turning these nuclear facilities off because they want peace. They want the
When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I'll let you talk and then talk once you go on mute.
When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I can Google it, Norm. I can Google it.
I just posted it in the I forget what it was on. I use Orange. Okay, but I will say this, Norm. If it is another nation, it's still a national security threat because the speed at which these UAPs are moving is way faster than anything we have. So even if it is China, the way it's
light moves faster. Light moves faster. Was that?
We should still dive into it because they were the whole.
Sure, I'm sure we are looking into it.
Yeah, the whole premise was that it was a national security threat.
Well, sure, but not the whole premise is that it's aliens.
Have you seen the documentary?
I'm asking you.
Have you seen it?
I'm asking you.
Okay.
And they said, be at peace.
You've seen it, right?
I'm trying to get.
You've seen it, right?
Too bad the Ayatollah didn't get the memo. Look it up. Look it up. They saying.
Look it up. Did you look it up?
And they don't want to commute with them. They don't
were the crop circles in? How don't you know what they're saying? Huh? It was in mathematics. So they were numbers.
Our universities deciphered the.
What language did they find that they were?
If I could add a quick comment.
So, I have for you.
You don't know? I mean, why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think you asked, what did Mark Rubio say? Here is something Mark Rubio said. He said he was that.
He said they were like, I quoted him. We know already what he said. He did the chat. If you don't know. We're talking about aliens. She was playing closely counting of the third kind.
Can we just do one minute and 1 minute intermission, please? Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
You want me to?
Yeah, please carry on. 30 seconds.
I nobody heard it. I just felt the thing.
Donald Trump, president of the world. Donald Trump, president of the world.
Anybody really gets into it. The reality of it is, mathematics, we know is universal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count just like any other being in the universe can count.
10 not 11, 10 not 9. Rabboni Shalom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
And I'll just say this. I like Shalom. All right, that's right. And even they had 12 candles. We can all count. All right, so here's the reality of it. The mathematical code and equations were the same not only in Europe, they were the same in America, they were the same in Australia. Everywhere they found crop circles, the same message. Be at peace. Stop war. This is the type of shit that they've been saying. And they've been flying over the nuclear facilities, like I just said, turning these goddamn things off because they don't want you to destroy the planet because they're sharing the planet in a submersible.
Wait, you're saying there's an alien force going into farms and I was actually at a crop circle, and I actually felt peace when I was in the crop circle personally. But there were other people that were upset.
Billy, where is the evidence?
Use your internet and find it.
So, in other words, you can't find it, so you want me...
Any crop circles anywhere. If you see one, take a picture, change your PTR, and we will meditate on peace.
Oh, yeah. They didn't say that. I'm a little kid. I'm 52 years old. But I'm telling you.
Right.
They figured out the motherfucking mathematics. Not me. I was in fucking middle school.
No, I put Othello said with the YouTube link that I put in the chat. Yeah, you see that?
Hey, for those of you who are interested, there's a long-time group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F. And it's been a group that's advocated, discussed UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. If you're interested, look them up.
I hear Donald Trump is actually interested in crop circles and international peace, and he too believes that there are alien powers out there that the government is covering up. But I think it's just the military-industrial complex playing games, PSYOP games with the public, so we keep funding them at $1.2 trillion a year.
Eleanor, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you saying you do not believe in aliens? I was trying to figure out where you're going with what you were saying.
I'm just interested in the evidence. I don't believe things, I just look at evidence.
Well, if we look at the evidence of just the solar system in general, I mean, for sure there's more intelligent life than us.
You can't say for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
You can say it's likely. You can say it's likely. Think of it. Out of all the millions of solar systems
systems, I get it. And there's planets like this, yes, I get it.
You know, and especially further, because we're at the edge of the galaxy, you know? I mean, think about what's at the center of it, you know what I mean? I just would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life forms, for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the fucking ocean. They're ocean.
Calm down. You need to calm down before you give yourself a heart attack over aliens.
Here's the reality. It's not up to me to educate you on what the fuck is going on the planet.
You need a psychological problem, bro. You need to calm
I think it's hard to talk, but
So let me talk lower. I'll talk like this. And can you hear me like this?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah,
you guys can you hear me? You can hear me this way?
Crop circles, you should be picking cotton. Feeling the fucking crop.
come on, bro. Come on.
And this is the nature. This is the nature. And so,
you know, we can't filter out white trash through the app, brother.
Well, the reality of it is,
why is everybody out there like that? I was just wondering.
Oh, that's why you're a coward behind a fake CTR, and you wouldn't say that to my face, so come on now, bro. Seriously. You should have seen what I did to Nazis like you were in the county jail, bro. Yeah, I used to throw you guys off the tier on a 2000 hammer. It was like cardio.
No, you fucking savvy. No, in Greece, they were fucking raping boys, and in Syria, they're slaughtering each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, white trash, what we used to do to you in the LA County jail was so fun.
Oh, you used to be in the LA people being what? The Armenians, a fluffer?
No, being against the group, knocking over Nazis like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. You didn't do shit. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until
the Nazis and the
you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until the Mexicans.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid.
Exactly. White
trash
trash like
Southerners run the California jails. Everybody knows this. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, they do. Literally, you're the fucking majority. Which of the main groups in the California system is the largest and the most powerful? Everybody knows it's the Southerners.
Yeah, of course it is.
And who are they fucking aligned with, you fucking retard?
But before the Southerners gave you a pot of pissing, bro, you motherfuckers weren't dictating shit.
Oh, that's bullshit.
You brought off the message. You brought off the lie.
Where did your that other ass? Where did that other ass end up having to roll with?
Victimize you. We victimize you.
You're shit because you're in other. You're in other. You don't have a crew. You're the smallest group in the fucking.
I'm against the crib. I'm with the blacks.
Yeah, right. Shut the fucking dick
out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here. It's a bitch. 3 times moving. Fuck Nazis, nigga. Just like that. Fuck Nazis.
I will throw your fat ass up so easily, you fucking retard. You don't even know you're talking about shit.
Fuck Nazis.
I would smack the fucking fat off of your face, bitch. You wouldn't be goddamn doing it. Shut the fuck up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now. I drop out.
Okay, go. Drive your fat ass around in Los Angeles. Like, I give a shit. You want a fucking medal?
White trash, nigga. Fuck white boys, nigga. Fuck Nazis, nigga. Fuck white boys.
Yeah, and this white boy would smack the shit out of you, make you cry. Shut the fuck up.
Please, you'll be running back to the Mexicans begging for
a bag. And what would you do about it? How would you stop me? You couldn't. Literally, you could not stop me if I wanted to.
I'll whoop your ass. I will.
How would you do that? How? With what skills?
With my fist, bitch. With my fist, bitch. White trash.
Oh, you think you can beat me with your fist? That's cute.
For sure I can.
How do I?
Just your lack of masculinity.
I'm pretty sure I have a lot more fights than you. Like, legal fights
than you.
Yeah, I know, you fucking retard. You would never touch a fucking wife. Shut the fuck up.
Black too strong.
You're not. Gator would not let you roll with him, you fucking dumbass.
Check the PTR, white trash. Don't say so. Fuck out of here. You're a bitch. Fuck white boys. Shut up. Your parents were siblings, white trash. Your parents were siblings. Come on, go ahead, bitch. I'm not hiding in front of anything. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white trash. Yeah, nigga, fuck Nazis. Hitler was a faggot just like you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck the wood pile. Fuck NLR. Fuck P9. Fuck all of that. I'm all Aryan killer.
Dude, even the blacks and the northerners don't talk like that. You fucking
white boys. Nigga, fuck
This
white
is how I know
boys.
you've never been to China.
Can your mouth be saved though? Can you save
the white girls?
Can you save the white girls from either at me?
Fuck Nazis. That's all I gotta say. Fuck the Woods and fuck the Woodpile. Fuck AB. Fuck all that bullshit. You couldn't even walk a main
You would never say this in prison.
I've been in what the fuck you talking about? I've been in 3 fucking riots in the county behind them. What are you talking about?
You got county time.
Fuck out of here.
Oh, you got county time, you fat fucking.
I want to see you. I want to see you on a 2004 for 3 years. I want to see you at Wayside in the Gladiator School, bro. Please get the fuck out of here. You Woods are base heads, all of you. All of you are in there for crystal and breaking into cars and dumb shit. Y'all are
fucking wannabe black piece of shit.
Fuck white boys. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white boys.
Beautiful white intelligent white girls do not claim any type of Nazi charity. We do not claim them. We do not claim them.
That nigga Peppy claims this, so fuck Peppy. I'm an Aryan killer.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fuck that nigga. So just like that. Right here. I'm right here.
Bima, you roll the grips?
I roll with Rabbi.
Fuck this nigga.
Wait, was Rabbi the guy that kidnapped you and took you on all his drug deals, Bima, and you willingly drove him around and participated in all his drug deals? Is this who it is, Bima?
Damn, who's the white trash?
So how does a little Syrian wigger like you end up, and why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious.
Too black, too strong, bro. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're not black. Literally, it's not in your DNA. You fucking poser. It's pathetic. Like, why? No, I understand. If I was a dirty
Rabbi, let's be honest. How long do you think Pepe would last in the can? If Pepe went to federal prison, how long would he make it?
hang out with black people and act like you're a gangster and all that stuff. But you know that it's funny though, because you do know that you would never disrespect any Southerner or white that in the fucking county jail or prison. You would never do that.
I didn't talk about a Southerner. I'm talking about you coward ass white trash.
You're gonna tell me the AB, they're pussies, they would let your fat ass talk shit to them? You know they wouldn't.
The ABs couldn't even walk the main line until they.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid. And I'm not a skinhead, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about me.
There, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you fat fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, man. Learn how to speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking hood rat. And you're white, you fucking fat fuck. Whiteless fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the metropolitan to central.
Oh, so in other words, you're a faker. In other words, you're a faker. In other words, you fake it. That's what you do.
I'm versatile, motherfucker.
Oh, you're versatile. You versatile.
Yes, sir.
You know, if I don't speak like this, why do you have to say versatile?
Walla, kisume kulyamba, walla.
Yeah, I don't speak that garbage.
Yeah, all that, nigga. Fuck white boys.
No, fuck you, fat fuck.
Fuck white trash, nigga. Just like us.
You know what's really funny though is white trash was literally killing your fucking family in Syria. Literally, white boys, middle class white boys were going to Syria and putting bullets in the heads of people who look like you, only less well fed.
Shut up, white trash.
Shut up, fat ass.
Shut up, Aryan bitch. Shut up.
You're just a dark boy with a black dick. That's all you are. Lay around your butt holes.
Like I said, fuck Nazis and fuck you.
You fucking fart out quick. Every time you fart, you put chlamydia in the air. You got it in the ass so many times, dirty bitch.
Every time we catch you, motherfucker. That's why we whip your ass and we take the razor blades and put it on a broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do.
Bullshit. You fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up.
I was known for that. I was known for taking the full of little AR. You know, moving Chris.
Hey, Bima, I want you to try to guess what we were talking about before we got here.
White boys, bro. I victimize you white trash.
I'm talking about aliens.
Victimize you white trash, bro. Shut up. You're a bitch, bro. You're not even a man. You can't even show me your face on your PTR.
There's the prison.
Behind the ass. Motherfucker.
I have my face on here a million fucking times. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, and your fat will show you your face, bitch. bitch. Quit hiding behind sunglasses.
My face right there.
If your sunglasses means you're hiding your face, then maybe you should take a picture of sunglasses.
Maybe if you weren't such an inbred white trash.
So inbred. Well, my parents are not inbred. They didn't give birth to a trash. Somebody who grew up to be a fat fucking wigger. Yeah, amazing.
You're white trash.
Fat fucking wigger. That's all you are.
No. Low class white trash from the fucking bottlenecks of the United States cannot get through London Heathrow. They don't let you in England.
They wouldn't?
Trash. No, they won't.
Okay.
They will turn your ass.
You know who they won't let in? Is apparently you're a criminal, so you probably wouldn't be allowed in. But I, on the other hand, can't go in.
Actually, I just came back as my blacks in Central London, broke motherfucker.
No, you didn't.
Take a look at the
Hey,
PCR.
did you guys, Pepe, Ravi, did you hear, I guess the 11th scientist that was part of that anti-gravity thing has been found dead?
Easy. That's because this fat motherfucker sat on him.
I'm telling you, man, those people, man, they had a hard job. Not like growing up in a trailer park with his mom and pops and siblings, White trash.
Wait, so why do you think they're killing these scientists, though?
Wait, Rabbi, there's a room you haven't heard about. It's called Chillism, and I would love for you to spend maybe a couple years in Chillism. I think you're really going to do great there in the Gladiator School.
One thing I do know is I'm an American, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my country, proud of my president, proud of the world and the petrodollar, and I'm proud of my ignorant as it was. But I'm a man, stood on my own, and he's talking about, you're just with the blacks. It's
you're fucking 3 men. What the fuck are you talking about?
Outnumbered 10 to 1. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and I grew up here in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're from Boston. Amazing. That's where my family's from. That's cool.
Oh, you are. So you're liberal white trash. Oh,
liberal. I'm not liberal.
Also, be sure to tell.
First I'm a Peckerwood, then I'm liberal. Oh my god.
You got liberal Peckerwoods for sure. You got a shitload of liberal with Peckerwoods. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you got bullied. It's fine.
What you think the surfers were in Venice Beach? They were no real white wingers. They were cowards. All you white boys were cowards.
We're cowards? Oh, so you would go running. Wait, how old are you? How old are you, tough guy?
Coward. No,
tough guy, how old are you? Like what decade? Like what decade?
I'll give it to the Northern Cali.
I think they're cousins.
Are you like in your 40s? Are you in your 40s?
That be some shit.
I'm 41. I'm 41.
Okay, so you're telling me that like the white boys and the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
Yeah, majority of them were not factors whatsoever.
Oh.
Not factors for decades. They were just strung off drugs. That was their
To appeal to Big Beautiful Bill, also be sure to tell your voters who the top 50 recipients of tax credits are. Many of the corps that are donated to you, more than 600 million.
I'm talking about Boston.
Southeast different. No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't think you would talk shit to those white boys.
I wouldn't want to talk shit to those white boys. Why would I? What is the Irishman that I have no quarrel with him. I have no quarrel with the Irishman. Yeah, I don't like.
Even in Revere, some of those areas, I don't want to talk shit to them.
I don't talk shit to a Catholic Protestant white boy. He's an American. God bless him. But you Nazi motherfucker.
Oh, I'm a Catholic white boy, you dum dum.
No, but you're a Nazi though. You're a neo-Nazi.
Oh, how am I I'm a neo-Nazi? Wow.
For sure you are.
Oh, how? How do you know that?
Because you took such offense when I started disrespecting Aryan Brotherhood and Peckerwood. It's like I hurt your family line when I said that.
No, I just think it's funny. I think that's LARPing. That's like me saying I went into the Hells Angels clubhouse and I started beating all of them up. And then I'm the Hells Angels killer. It's just so it is so stupid and like so out of this world and like dumb. I'm not gonna take it seriously.
You're a racist, inbred, lefty, white trash piece of shit.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, that's all.
And I'm racist. Amazing. I love that combo.
For sure.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Free healthcare for all, but not for the niggers. Amazing.
So what you said.
I hate that word.
Lefty white trash, bro. It's disgusting. The bottom pit of America.
Yep, that's exactly, yes.
I gotta thank you, Ravi, because usually I'm the only one here making fun of Pepe, and thank you for letting me take the day off. God bless you, Ravi. And sorry to hear about all your trouble in prison, but I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, Oh, no problem, sir. I think you're the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a...
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Thank you, Rabbi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kadeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chalik neshal shabbat b'nei pri hagafen Pepe.
Well, I got the pre-gotten some beastly for you if you want to pull up.
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, that I've been trying to, cut the pounds down.
There you go. Shaming words.
Are those begonias in your PTR, Bima?
I've been trying to, Rabbi. Me too. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have what I have to lose. You probably just get your...
Don't forget, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way to lose weight. If you've never been to the gym and sweated your fat ass off, well, that's why you're a big fat ass.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to less fat ass.
If you've never been to the gym and sweated your ass off, you're a fat ass.
My legs are built like good, but I gotta get the upper body trimmed up so I can fit into some of these old shirts I got. So shiny. Say again?
Imagine being a fat ass could be.
Sorry, though. I'm kind of festively plucked right now. I'm not exactly.
No, get your fat. FAT.
So are you, Mikkel.
Listen, it's okay.
And you're a faggot at the same time.
Listen, I'm not tripping. I'm not the one complaining about it. The fuck? Am I complaining? Okay, yeah, exactly. So humble yourself.
I think Pepe might be right about you.
Listen, dude, I really don't give a fuck. I'm not here sitting on an app complaining about I'm overweight, bitch. You're fat, then you're fat. That's what you want to hear. You're fat, 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 overweight.
Sure,
yeah,
fat.
Yeah, on it. Are you mad? So are you mad? You're my bitch. Because it sounds like you're mad.
No.
Okay. I'm not talking to you. I am not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
You need a blood test.
Listen, what you need is a bitch fat.
Blood work.
And what you need is a bitch fat.
Blood work.
I know you're
That's really fine. Listen. I really talk about blood work.
Are your genes methylate? That's a good idea. No,
the fuck, like, don't be saying all that. I'm gonna complain like you're fat.
Stay away from the kids, piece of shit. Just understand that. Stay away from the kids. We don't need you around. You're evil. Why in the Lord's name? The Lord's name.
Why is you so mad? That's what we want to know. We want to know why your mother is a demon bitch.
In the Lord's name, amen.
It's like everybody's getting scared out today.
Zesty demons.
Yeah, I think we're all acquainted now.
Yeah, everybody's along well tonight. I do think Rabbi is correct. Like, the only reason I wanted abortion was so black women would abort their babies, and I do think we should have large safety nets, just not for the blacks. And he's actually right.
That's fine. Us blacks don't want nothing from you either, but don't fucking bother us either. We don't, just leave us the fuck alone.
I want every black to vote. I wish every black voter would vote Republican in the next election. They'd have the party under their fingertips in 2 years. I swear to God.
It's starting to sound like we need to separate.
White boys will still be stealing all of our music and style and trying to do things.
No, I mean, everybody's got style in America, man. Of course,
white boys can't dance. Is there any white boy on this stage that can dance?
Depends on the kind of dance.
Any dance, just rhythm, period.
We have rhythm, but if you're talking about, like, dancing to percussion in particular, as opposed to like just like a four beat per bar pattern or something like that. I mean, they like look what they do in Africa. Like you always see them using percussion drums in every one of these little tribes. It's dancing to it.
Look at some of these old Soul Train videos of back in the day, bro.
I'm
Yeah, the
serious. Like,
70s.
like,
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, when Tina Marie was performing when she first came up, you know how many like white girls and white women was dancing? And I'm telling you, just all depends. You just got to be in the right pot of seasoning, and it works out for everyone. I mean, come on. I mean, if we look at Europe, I mean, you know, they had a big style with music. I mean, you know, like ABBA, you know, Queen, fucking, you know, the Beatles, all that stuff. Man, I mean, come on.
You can't say white people can't dance when Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo dancing in Breaking.
Come on. I mean, let's talk to John Travolta too, bro. I mean, come on. I agree. I know the movie. I know it very well. You are right. You are 100% right about that, for sure.
So did you guys find out that you were cousins?
Y'all gonna let him get away with this? He went from the Orange County jail straight up to Bel Air in a second. Like, this is fucking, like, you are so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking I'm here with you, motherfucker.
Okay, so you from West Boulevard?
Own stuff that's not in LA County that's in LA County. You're like, this
So
is
you're are you from West Boulevard? Because you're from Adams, so you from West Boulevard, like the set? You're talking to me like you're a gang member. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's a what is it called? High post. High post. It's not about, listen, we don't need to be advancing anybody. Okay, but the point is that when you have rhythm, there is a particular place inside of the brain and the soul and the spirit, okay, that allows you to connect deeply with earth and vibrations and rhythms. Okay, so it's ancient wisdom. Is that what I'm talking about? Okay, it's
Would you say it's a spiritual thing?
Yes, it is. Right, because the earth gives rhythm its structure, and then just by everything that we see, right? All of the, what is it called?
I think you're overcomplicating it. Like, a lot of people.
If you look at the most intricate drum
patterns. Look at the most intricate drum patterns. Like, for example, if you listen to Latin American music, where like there's a level of what do you call it, syncopation that happens, that how they're I don't want to like go on about it, but if you listen to Latin American music, that's pretty much African drum pattern influence. If you look at a lot of things, they just have, I think, like, it could be that it's just like it is even part of their DNA now. Is it, you know, for who knows?
I mean, that's why when you talk about that kind of music, that's why I love old Brazilian music from like the 60s and 70s. I can't get enough of it. Like, I have acknowledged, you know, all that percussion that you're talking about, it did come from African customs for sure. You know, and the Portuguese went all over Africa, you know, took what they found.
Yeah.
For sure. But I like how she was trying to describe it, though, man. She was really artistic with it. I like that.
There's something deep about it. We do a lot of African drumming here, like there's African drumming classes and stuff. And I don't know, if you can't get into that and you can't feel that, I don't trust you as a human. You're something else. You're maybe soulless or something.
No, I went to like a drum circle like you're talking about. They used to do stuff like that in Leimert Park a lot, like here in Los Angeles. So I used to go to Leimert Park. They used to do a lot of that stuff, and I was sitting around. It's very nice. It's very peaceful. It's very nice.
It's also incredibly, there's like ecstasy. Like you don't need drugs. You don't need to escape. You know. Thank you.
Brabby, in your bio, a lot is 2 words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to
I'm fine. I am totally that spelling and grammar police. I am, but I am.
Okay. I can write very well too, so you know.
I went to college and I make that mistake all the time.
I mean, you know, what can I do? I'm very
good. Dude, still
learning English.
Autocorrect is native.
No.
Just remember your mother's a demon.
Dude, how do you define so much? Get big and not get defined. That's pretty crazy.
Hey, your mother's a big back, jawless, cock-sucking animal.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those, both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to.
Yeah.
They used to be able to handle women and children and provide and not.
And Brandon became a bunch of single sluts.
Like, I have a daughter, which is, she's the most amazing, most beautiful person. And God made her for me. I know it. Tabe, how about you?
I'm not a single parent. I'm good.
Are you shooting blanks?
I wish I was.
Oh no, I'm not. Hold on, y'all. I can promise you that. I'm getting tired of these protesters. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask them a question. Yes.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm going to.
Excuse me? Why y'all not out here protesting for black women? Excuse me, why should we protesting for black women? Black women, thank you. Y'all should be protesting for black women.
Get them, Adams. Get them.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Hey, tell them, why weren't they protesting when the LAPD were shooting black kids?
They're protesting for Gaza.
Why Gaza? How about?
Damn, why can't they do both?
Exactly. Gaza don't exist, but you have black women out here in America that have no representation.
Exactly. No, I agree with her. I agree with her. No, I have to. Sorry. She's right. What the left has done to black women in this country is a sin. It's a sin on sin. It's disgusting.
Gaza doesn't exist.
What happened to Bob Marley, One Love, Peace?
You're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you are 100% right. But unfortunately, the world has very hot blood right now, sir. I agree, though. I agree. How about some Bob Marley?
We need more, just a little bit more marijuana. Give it out to everybody. It's all just relax a little bit. We'll get Trump to do something,
See, the truth is, even if Gavin Newsom becomes the president, the solution or the truth, because it aids their feelings, what the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so delusional. They think it's in the trillions. There are other things. They believe in abortions at scale. They want more abortions. They want to fund abortions even more. They want abortion buses. They want abortions everywhere. They also want trans men dressing up as women everywhere. They want as many gay people as possible. They are so delusional, so psychotic, so sociologically deranged, and so backwards that there is no way after Donald Trump, America ever slides back into that type of mold. That mold is mentally ill, destructive to the country. It's suicidal to the country. And in many ways, there will be a cultural or a real Civil War revolution. If men dress up as women in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, there's going to be a catastrophe. There's going to be a cataclysm, because that type of behavior will be force projected onto the population. And we, in my opinion, I won't tolerate it. I'll never live in America. I'll leave the country if there's no resistance. But that type of mentally ill, deranged communication projection to the population, it's suicidal and it's retarded. Hello?
Well, let's hope he finds happiness and finds, a better America so he doesn't have to leave, How about that? Let's hope he can stay.
I think it's
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy that Democrats won't criticize international regime change when a Democrat does it, but they're more concerned about propaganda All illegal aliens are great. They're great for society. Oh, the Republican capitalists, they love the illegal aliens. It's all a lie. It's all a lie and propaganda. The Democrats do it all day.
Alistair, if they cared about the Latinos, right, they wouldn't use them as like voting slaves. That's what they do to them, right? You look at how many trillions of dollars that the elite left has in California, from technological, I'm talking about from Silicon Valley to even farm industry properties in Hawaii to keep the property rates up, and keep the property high. They gentrify everything they touch. So at the same time, right?
Have you been to Hawaii? It's all Japanese.
Yeah, if they really love the Latinos, my thing is since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people and then have them on paperwork where everything they make they take taxes from, and you have a system of work to citizenship. They let them in and say, oh, we're a sanctuary city, come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport your parents. And it's the same psychological, traumatic kind of like shit political game they play over there. And then they lock them up by the thousands too, and millions, because they allow these Hispanics to come. And they know you're not building some type of economical backbone or community for them to come in and assimilate to, so they're going to have to resort to crime. And then what do? They build a privatized prison industry off the backs of Latinos, which they did with the blacks till about the 90s, and then they added the Hispanics to it. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday of it.
Rabbi, we have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis. Democrats are Marxist communist socialists. The way to expand the currency and to inflate it more, we are now paying $100 billion a month. $100 billion a month in interest, the top 10 recipients of our VIG. And it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it, and he knows how to win a war at a good price. Hello?
Isn't it 27% of the debt? America's debt is all under Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money. The problem is, it's the big culture wars that you guys always. That's why GOP loses support today. Like if you look at the last 29 elections, it swung in favor of the Democrats. The Hispanics that you guys keep talking about, yeah, they tasted a little bit of the GOP, a little bit of Donald Trump. What are they doing now? Every one of them is running away from MAGA, running away from the GOP, and running back to where they have the state split with the people side of the country. So, I don't know.
I disagree.
Oh, yeah.
I disagree.
That's why you guys disagree. Elections. Tell me what election you flipped since Trump became president. Tell me one. And I can tell
Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar. And that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. Because if we get that economy moving, if we get that economy moving, we get peace. We get peace between Al Saud and Tel Aviv, and then we have a greater peace going throughout the Middle East. Not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have an assimilating ecosystem, we can do a lot. And that's what he's doing. He's protecting our petrodollar. It's armed forces. We pull up, we bomb shit, take shit over. So if you fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. And I believe.
Why do I get this freaking music, you guys? Why does that?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin that died from that piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for a run? The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said, we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't. Why weren't they? Why weren't there any real terror attacks in this country? Hello?
Excuse me, I have a question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. When are we really going to have a conversation about the protection of black and white women? Okay, because I'm really tired of listening to the hijab crowd and everybody complaining about what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, when are we going to talk about black and white women here in America? Okay.
Speak up for him, sister. Speak up for him, Queen.
We got to make our local politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We got to start saying that. What about women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? There has to become a real movement there.
Right, but y'all have to understand. But listen, y'all have been focused on halal.
Dr. Adams, they already get $100 trillion in female reproductive care. How much is enough? All this reproductive care, it's not reproductive care, it's abortion murder care. It funds the doctors, not the patients. $1 billion a year in reproductive rights? $1 billion a month, I mean.
Any women in hijab or any of the women of the Middle Eastern ilk. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to belabor this topic in the Trump house? Like, what are we doing?
Let's talk about these white women and black women, Dr. Adams. Preach, Queen.
And his fake rubber breasts. Then listen to another 10 hours of y'all bitching and moaning.
Rubber breasts? The man is an artist. He likes to role play, like you, Dr. Adams.
We don't know that he likes to role play.
He does. He's trans. He's just trying to figure it out. You're trans, right?
Like, what's the story completely?
So,
Fake rubber titties or what's going on?
All right, so check this out. So Kristi Noem's husband, while she was, serving as the Secretary of Homeland Security and deporting people, which she did a wonderful job deporting people.
She spent $200 million on TV ads and was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as John Kitover. They may have been on the same website with the same fake rubber breasts.
Don't dox me, Dr. Adams. We have an agreement.
He was wearing fake rubber breasts, and he was on chat websites with transgender sex workers going by the name of Crystal, where he was asking for the sex workers to call him, are you guys ready for this, a trans bimbo slut. So apparently when he didn't pay one of the sex workers $25,000 fast enough, they ended up letting his business out. And that's how we know about him wearing those fake rubber breasts.
Well, wasn't she also allegedly having an affair with Corey Lewandowski as well?
Yeah, banging on the airplane, banging on the job, banging them out. She's actually in the canning business. She's in the Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ecuadorian, every and there is. But Operation Wetback was a failure, wasn't it, statistically? Because this alien invasion of over 20, 30 million illegal alien invaders, they don't belong here. They don't belong here. Time to go.
He needs to go to the loony bin. I'm trying to understand what's wrong with Edmund. Why does he need to go to the loony bin, Pepe? Do I really have to answer that? Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover and him.
We have an agreement, Dr. Adams. My name is Alistair Crowley. Do not dox me. My name is Alistair, please. Hello?
Why does Alice look into a padded room for doing the same?
Alistair, pronounce it correctly. Alistair.
Recording people, hold on. Recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't? Sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but, like, have you've seen pictures of like, him with his, like, 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day, and he films to know. I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why more white women are not in his back channels. I mean, first and foremost.
Don't you know that Jews started Hollywood? I'm in the pictures business. You guys are in the talking business. I'm in the recording business. You're in the talking business. Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, being loud, bombastic, and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some? I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours. Oh, mine's different. Because people actually invite me on stages, and I can talk to them.
Well, people are inviting him on stage too. This isn't a just listening room. He had to.
Most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're
Dr. Adams, he's saying it's a popularity contest game. Don't you hear him? It's a popularity contest game, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the conversation's all about.
Thank you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
I'm saying what I can do about trolling or insulting people.
So what part of this trolling right now is being insulting to anybody? He's not using slurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call the Dr. Adams and PP special. This is a recurring... Hello?
What you witnessed is live feed.
Mm-hmm. Beamer.
Wait.
Which one? Boogergate, Fartgate, Shitgate? Which gate? Jackoff gate?
Mr. Kitover, did on camera.
Listen, my name is Aleister Crowley. Stop doxing me, and everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that you didn't agree to, but that's just the rules.
Well, then you shouldn't be too upset to have your story told again, since it's recorded and for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live, and he was looking very fresh, a nice black collared shirt. And
so you were watching him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was watching him. He popped up in my newsfeed on TikTok. And I was like, oh, I know that face. So I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he is nice. And I mean, like, this black colored shirt, it wasn't like a washed colored shirt. It was one of those very fresh, like the deep, dark black that it's,
Like a black t-shirt, Bima. Hello?
And no, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you did.
This was a different booger gate? I thought there's two booger gates, ladies and gentlemen.
Or it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. Anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand, and then he pulled a special something out, and then he wiped it on his left pec. And on the left pec of the black shirt,
that is so fucking dirty, right?
you saw this big booger on the shirt. Now this shirt, it's crazy. And so
stop. That is big. I don't even want to hear the rest of that. That's just so nasty. That's so nasty.
You have damn nerve to be calling anybody dirty. You're fat as hell.
I can't imagine anything more dirty. You're the one that wants
But you're fat as hell.
That's just
you're fat as hell. The skin between your eyes are darker than your face.
I refer to it. If you could just see my PTR, I was able to grab the moment.
Yeah, I think a big one. Holy shit.
And so then he wipes on his shirt. It's interesting. That booger. And wait, but first, Dr. Adams, can you look at my PTR?
This is booger gate.
This is the moment that made me have to follow up, right? But this was the thing. He then, the day went on, and he did other lives, and the booger was still there.
The booger had staying power.
And he had like a robot that put rolls on and off, and the booger was still there.
Some boogers live on forever.
I'm sorry,
That was a powerful booger.
No, the man was scratching his
Booger had strength.
The man was scratching
Booger had
his
staying power.
Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Have you ever had a booger just sitting up out of your nose?
I just want to say that booger had strength. That booger had staying power. That was a powerful booger.
The man was
A profound booger. I only pick winners.
What if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? How would that make you feel? Like, this is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's dirty based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate the attempt to maybe sort of bond with John Kitover, but you gotta.
I want to thank you, Dr. Adams, for coming to my defense in Boogergate. I am appointing you chief counsel on the campaign to elect John Kitover to Chicago mayor. Thank you, Dr. Adams. You are now my chief counsel.
I'm showing you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that it is
showing a photo of a man scratching his mustache.
Right, because you can only capture.
Moderators, I object. This is hearsay. Show the evidence. Moderators, please. I object. I object. I object. Moderators, I object to this. This is all hearsay. Strike from the record and silence the prosecutor. Moderators.
Okay, but you were studying the man's chest. You said it yourself. I asked you and you confirmed you were studying the man's chest.
Well, I mean, I wasn't studying the man's chest.
You were studying the man's chest. You gave great detail about the man's chest and about what you thought was on the man's finger. Like, this is weird. This is weird, Bima. You were watching the man. Maybe you were watching because you like him. I don't know. But this does not raise. I don't see any.
This is a cute. I approve. This is.
I don't think it's cute at all. You are too grown, Bima. I don't think anything about this is cute. If you want to fuck the man, tell the man you want to fuck the man.
She did. She asked me one day, John, would you? She said, Alistair, would you go out on a date with me? She asked me, and I said, Bima, what kind of question is that? You have a love of your life. You're dating a black man. I was shocked when she asked me if I would sleep with her.
I'm sure you were shocked you found out she had a crush on you too.
I was shocked because she says she loves her boyfriend so much, but yet she made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with me. Then her and She-Wolf came in my room, and guess what She-Wolf said? She said her mother raped her. And then they reported my room and they banned all my accounts. She's a fucking snake. A fucking snake. Bima is no fucking bee. This bitch is a fucking snake. A communist. A socialist. She's nothing but a goddamn Democrat hustler. Posting a strong Republican picking his nose. Shame on you, fatty. Drug delivering mule. Slave to the robbers. The victims are not innocent. The criminals are innocent. You side with criminals, Bima, not the victims. Side with the victims, not the criminals. Take Boogergate down.
Bima, you were watching the man, you were studying the man, you went out of your way to go and see the man's podcast.
The fact is that it was a fact.
Bima, you have no evidence. You have evidence that you taken pictures.
It's true, I was only tickling my nose, scratching it. I'd never picked. There was no booger. There was no booger. I deny this prolific booger, this clinger on her booger that stayed on my shirt all day and then I put a bathrobe over it. That is hearsay. Show the proof of the booger. We want to see the booger. There was no booger. I was merely tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger and there was no booger. Show the booger or it's all just gossip and hearsay. Strike it from the record. I know I have prolific boogers, but this was not that day. How dare you, Bima?
Why are you questioning this man about underwear?
Yeah, what is going on? Underwear on camera. That shit is not okay. Yeah, that's a little strange, though, Adams. Don't you think?
Again, show the evidence of the shit-stained underpants. Let's see the evidence. Show the evidence. There was no shit stain. Those were clean Hanes. Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, man? Cool. Accuse me of shit-stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you? Gossip and slander. Defamation of character. Defamation. A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, Bima, as usual.
guess Boogergate, it's not getting him into the padded room like we tried to do. It's like, what do you guys think?
Yeah, y'all the one that came up with this evidence. Y'all the ones that should be in the padded room. I'm sorry. And like I said,
I think you need to go in the next house too, Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Captain.
I saw the video. He was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, got up, came to the thing, and picked his nose.
You're on candid camera.
My nose, the weapon on my shirt. I was like, I kept pressing her. Like, what are you talking about? And so she said, "You gotta wait to the video." And she watched it. And she said exactly what she said.
Holy fuck.
See, what I think is funny is this is technically like the new candid camera. You guys could technically just call me Bob Saget. Like, I am the host of Clubhouse Hidden Camera. Welcome to my show.
Look at these 11 scientists. So they miraculously, some of them were shot dead in their homes or just disappeared completely, with like everything left in their house, perfect, no packing, like purses, phones, everything. Like they were just like sucked up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. Like if I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Pepe, you're into lot lizards?
Oh yeah.
This is gonna get dark.
But there's mine shafts all around the fucking country. There's maps for them. They're not gonna find them.
So who here is interested? Is anybody here speculating that the United States is going to invade Cuba and do a Day of Pigs, but we'll call it like the Day of Elephants? Because I have a striking suspicion that we are about to topple the government in Cuba once and for all.
What do you guys think? Are we going for Cuba?
A lot of the Cubans I hear mixed opinions from the Cubans, which is weird. So, like, a lot of the Cubans, obviously, they're against communism and they hate the current, I don't know what you'd call government. But they also, a very common claim, though, is that the best of Cuba is already left. And so what you're going to get is, like, a huge underclass of people that are, I guess it's... You don't really want them coming here, say the least.
So what do you think we're gonna do, Pepe? Do you think
I think they'll be easy. I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, like financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like just those.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say that America First is actually a socialist program because it is for we the people, but we don't want the clown world aspect of it. I just want to make that submission. Thank you.
Well, it's funny is because the people who are against America First are usually the Israel First crowd, which is kind of ironic. They want socialism for Israelis, only it's funded by Americans. Isn't that something?
So, do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran at the end of the day? Because based on my experience and the things that I've seen, until U.S. boots are on the ground, it's not real. And to make it real, that requires tens of thousands of men deploying to go conduct operations.
It's a highly unpopular war, and Trump's approval ratings have fucking absolutely tanked. I just don't see it happening.
Well, you don't see a lot of things happening. You probably didn't see Maduro getting scooped up in the middle of the night by a griffin and flying him to Manhattan for justice. You probably didn't see that one, did you? The president of Syria is making a security deal with Israel. Boom, done. No more problem from security from Syria forever. But it looks like that guy's going to be the strong man in Syria now.
I love how Israel, our greatest ally, is making alliances with basically the fucking ISIS leaders.
No. These are Al Qaeda leaders. There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
And what is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
They're just doing what Muhammad told them to do. But at the end of the day, our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many ways, a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. But that makes me think, you know what? Maybe I was right all along.
How much do you think that the hate is justified, and how much do you think is just complete, unsupported, bandwagon appeal? Hate.
He's the all or nothing catch-all for people's complete lack of enlightenment. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is what I can't understand about people that hate him, especially in the psychedelic community. They fail to see the divinity that is within Donald Trump. And they fail to see the concept that there's... Yeah. No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel and hate Zionism and hate philosophy, they come on here and they just scream, N-word! 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 Because that's all they got. They don't got nothing but the N-word in the show. It's a boring Pepe show. But if you like to be shocked, Pepe's your guy, because he will say the N-word, which is one of the most verboten words in America, as well as the F-word, as well as even the R-word. You can't say the R-word. That's so ridiculous. Anyways, I hope I'm articulating, because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that reframe, even in your own personal life, it'll resolve a lot of memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, John, for Bolton?
It's just verboten.
Can you spell that big word for me?
VERBOTEN.
Fucking will use it next week.
Yeah, don't give me ideas.
Hold up,
What's this guy up to? Let's let him talk. Hold on. Shoot. Did someone move him? Yeah, I wanted to keep him up.
I did. He didn't look like...
People keep talking about the fact that I got no children. And all I want to say is Danny, Jewish Danny on here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you got to understand genetic engineering and all of this eugenics, it's real, meaning that the elite understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world and Danny is a close second, together we will create the most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually a protean type of mutant that is emergent only when the internet came into existence. And so Pepe, in a way, he doesn't like the fact that Donald Trump, I said, has divinity. Well, Pepe has divinity. And if anybody hates Pepe, that's because they fail to see the divinity in themselves. So all I'm trying to say is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. Hello.
Prodium? What was that word? What was that word you used? Earth to John. Come in, John.
He's picking his nose.
Like a very, I only hear diabolical when it's used to describe like a plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
Like, if you believe that the Zionists, blew up 3 skyscrapers on 9/11, and Shel Silverstein was involved, that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical! Motherfuckers diabolical! Articulating, ejaculating, articulating, and ejaculating. Diabolical, motherfucker!
So, have you heard the term Jewish lightning? It's when you burn your own house down and say it's struck by lightning, so you can get your insurance money. It's a Jewish thing to do.
All right. So I want to go back to what Zima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things. And you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian president that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts, had 34 counts against him in the New York court, and went there every day.
Who robbed off the porn star while his wife was giving birth?
I would never interrupt you, Phil. Who decided to make $7 million on his mugshot? I don't know how many people in the world ever done that on their mugshot. And how many of us would even survive any of these things to go through the J6 committee that they tried to tear him down, and to come back and win every swing state, to swing the popular vote, and to beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person that, no, I didn't do any of that.
Well,
so,
Biden was part of that he lost, Biden lost to Kitover.
Yeah, exactly. But you're correct, man. So, but if you look at all these things, why would anyone want to criticize someone who's had all this up against us and he still gets up every day because he loves his country? Just think about what the regime, the machine, has tried to put against one American, because I don't look at Donald Trump as one American. He just happened to run for the office of president. But he's just another American. So, B-Bomb, this is what I say to you. Disease is real. The Trump deranged syndrome is real because people look more at someone else than themselves. And for me, the only person I'm responsible for is Edward. Donald Trump's responsible for Donald Trump. But I am right now, at 62 years old, happy that he is the president of the United States with everything he's gone through.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's been through some stuff. And whatever the world tried to throw at him, I think he's proved that he can go through some stuff. I land there.
Thank you, Edward. Eva, what say you, if anything?
You silenced the great Eva, Edward.
I just think in relationships, you should.
I definitely think that there's unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness. It might be more so with him, but I don't know if it's just because of the connectivity and the measure by which we can keep track and then spread information now versus yesteryear. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't trust anybody who says any president is overall just been bad or good, right? It's just, you gotta remember that they're inheriting an entire entire issue, an entire system, and they're working off of what's already been in place to try to improve it. And I think that there are ultimately some good things that every president could be. Net positive or negative, I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to tell you that, but I don't ever trust anybody that says ultimately.
You want the federal government completely removed, right?
Yes. I want it deregulated. I want it like massively limited. Like if I can't get, post-conventional cognitive moral development,
what?
I mean, highest level of emotional maturity, I would say, can we do like a far libertarian sort of like
Employment at the federal government is down 40% already. Do you want the president to not have as much power to take us to war?
So you would bring power back to literally the states to start with, right? You want more than that, obviously, but that's where you want power to reside, right? Obviously, back in the hands of more the local government, of your local government.
So that's difficult too, because then when we say local government, we're saying there's going to be a level, but ultimately, I think there should be
like a start at least. I know you want more than that. You want to go way further. I get that, but
right,
you would take that in a heartbeat.
Man was not having it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. It's in the federal government is to protect the local, not the locals, but the states from over-regulating themselves, right? So the federal, we want to keep it deregulated, innovative, creativity, loving, forward-moving.
Back in 1912. The owners of the storm society. Only that part of the museum ended up taking on water. Out of our Midwest Bureau, a pretty bizarre coincidence in Illinois. A Titanic exhibit.
What do you want to say to the next person? The United States would look like if we were to do that? Do you think it would be anarchy? I'm just going to say the word, or would we be able to govern ourselves in a micro version of ourselves in that way? What do you think? Where would we go? What would it look like? How do you go?
Well, one thing, I don't think that we would be a superpower anymore. I think that that would, because of all the other potential competition for other currencies and everything that we'd be able to grow, I don't think we would have that power. But I do think that we would be extremely successful. I think that we could potentially be, I see significant lower rates of homelessness and everything. If we could deregulate, allow people to make direct contracts, decide for themselves, get rid of all of the competition inhibitors, allow for, real true commerce, free market, that would be massive, but you have to know that you're going to have to go with those ebbs and flows, right? The government tries to keep us up all the time, and despite, some failures, we're going to have to take the failures as they come, but the failures are going to be just as great as the next time.
Right? Edward's chomping at the bit. I think he's going to make this one go forever.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. We actually have the only constitution that supports living things. So, if I say to you, I'm 62, I've got to govern my own life locally. So, and I know that I live in the state of California, but I do everything to make sure that they do not infringe on my property, right? And unfortunately, if you ask the average person that lives on the platform, who is their local mayor, who is their local sheriff? Do they even know their government? Do they even know what's happening in their own state? Most of them couldn't tell you. But they can tell you what's happening because the moves and what's going on with the regime overseas, which is kind of interesting. Because I'm very focused on, like you said, I don't think that you can do anything other than we, the people, need to take our rightful position in the actual documents we have. We, the church, I ask a lot of Americans almost every week, what church do you believe in?
You know a lot of this news to be deep on.
This young guy, followers on TikTok. You're live on TikTok right now. What is your TikTok channel?
It's very hard to govern the people. So you know, it's just that's our we think that central government is the reason why we have a bloated bureaucracy, because the people that's even running for all these offices know that it's a big.
What do you want to say to the next person?
Okay, it's the only place for you to go to become billionaire. There's so many things, and they're just living off of the public dole. And this is the hardest thing. We sure can get. We just came back to get encouraged to really do this. And I don't just, and we're Pennsylvania in 62. I don't think America could understand it. I don't think they have. I don't think we have the stuff. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable. Is that our officials, like they say, oh, you need to really know. You just need to vote for people. We know they're not doing it. I land there.
That's a good point. B-Mike, would you follow the Constitution at all? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest claim. The Constitution is not legitimate in my view, because it's only legitimate for the people who are there to sign it. That was their contract. They contracted and they had the opportunity to say, this is what we want for this society, right? New generations that gain the ability to participate in society, we don't get to opt in or out of what we decide, right, that is going to be beneficial or harmful to us. We've just inherited the system that somebody else signed off on us, for us. And so ultimately, yeah, I think that there would just be a couple small, I mean, I love the Constitution, but I think that there should be some small caveats that would allow for more privatization, a lot more, significant more, a lot more competition, a lot more free market. And, because it's not that I don't like a lot of the things that the government is trying to do. It's just that was never intended for the government to do. That was intended for us to do. How they organize and get our tax dollars together to pass something. The reason they did that then, I believe truly, is because it was beneficial, because we didn't have the technology to connect and network the way that we do today. But we have that now. There's no excuse. We have an amazing ability to connect and network and to take control and to opt in and out with seconds. We spend 7 to 8 hours a day scrolling social media, our kids do anyway, and then God knows how much adults do. I mean, look at us right now. We could spend a couple, hours a week opting in and out to things that we want with direct control over. We have direct agency, right? More accountability. This voting in new representatives, I'll tell you what, that was what got me, that's what made me lose my passion for the Constitution as it stands, because that's what originally was brought to me. They said, oh, you know what? You don't like the way that the laws are, BMO. Well, you got to make sure that you vote. Okay, all right. So make sure as soon as I could, I started to vote. And I started to vote, and I'm like, listen, I'm voting, and these politicians still ain't doing shit. They're not doing what I need them to do. Oh, well, now that you're voting, you also have to campaign for the people that you want to get into, a vote, get elected. You got to go out and campaign. You got to put that work in, get them elected. Okay, no problem. So I campaigned all over, local, all the way to presidential. I was doing campaigns for a really long time. But then you know what I saw? Even after they got elected into office, they still weren't doing what they were doing, what they were supposed to do, or what we elected them to do. And so then I said, well, what now? And then society said, oh, well.
Which president was this, Bima? George Bush? Who was it?
You're talking from.
I know you said you worked even up to a presidential campaign. Let's hear the presidential campaign you worked on.
Presidential, definitely a presidential.
Who was it, Bima? Specifics. Hello?
There is no specific. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay? So this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think that that's a good organization. But all I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change things that we could find more benefit to and effectively every election. And sometimes it doesn't matter if you're Republican or get to a Republican county. Oh, there ain't no Republican counties in my state. Oh, go to a whole new state. Oh, and then you get to the whole new state, and then you're still there. It's no guarantee. There's no promise, right? And then you wait to change the laws, right? The one thing that I did like is some of the states in the United States have direct democracy measures, and some are indirect democracy states, right? And the direct democracy measures, I do like that, and I do think that as long as they are for deregulation or to protect people from government force versus for.
But Beamer, if you got pulled over by a trans police officer and he took $10,000 out your car because he thought you were involved in a drug deal, would that give you the right to kill that man dressed as a woman robbing you? Hello?
Well, you said it.
I love the way you articulated your information.
Articulating and ejaculating.
So this is what I would share with you in contrast. You right now get life, liberty, and your pursuit of happiness. That's not given to you by any form of government. That's given to you by your creator. I agree with you that our representatives do not go there and do what they're supposed to do. I got that. That's because we don't have a country.
Edward is ascending.
People don't stand on their principles. This is the hard part. Because listen, I have a company, right? And if I bring somebody in, I have to keep my word to them. If I'm going to run for any public office, I got to do everything I can to keep my word to the constituents. And really, it's not my word, it's their word. Because I'm supposed to be representing them, not everywhere. So when my wife and I here in Orange County, California, go to our meetings, one thing we always say is that,
you keep going in and out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann.
No, you're fine.
Can you hear me now?
I got him good, Ann. Are you sure?
Yeah, I got him good too. It might be you, Ann.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I've learned and my wife learned, that if you don't show up at a lot of these places, Bima, then I can tell you literally, the city we live in is 48,000 people, right? In Orange County, Cypress County. We probably get less than 1,000 people show up at our meeting. Okay? And out of that, there's probably literally 73% of our city are registered to vote. I don't care if they're Democrat or Republican, they just register. We get less than 17% of the people, both in the every 2-year voting and also the presidential election. So it's really, the people running know this, that there's not a lot of people that's not participate. And I think that's where we're missing it, Bimon, is that the people do not govern themselves enough so they can see all the foolery going on out here. There's a lot of foolery. And that's why I don't trust any, I don't care who it is. Listen, any elected official, I know they do not have my best interest in mind, nor my wife's interest in mind. I already know that. So whatever they say, whatever they're saying, I can take that with a grain of salt. Okay? So, Lima, I hear you. But I hold truth to be self-evident. That there's no person on planet Earth that has my interest in mind better than me. No mayor, no sheriff, no congressman or woman, not my governor, and not the United States of America. If Edward does not, him and his wife does not keep their own interest in their mind.
It's called personal responsibility.
Exactly, it's my responsibility. So, Bima, I hear you, but for me to actually really give my sovereignty or my agency to some other person, hoping they're going to do right, I guess it's hard for me to believe that one. So,
Edward, are you a Quaker?
Yeah, I agree with you. Edward, I totally agree with you. See, and I think that you're right too. And I learned that also very early on. I've been an elections inspector for many, many years now. Oh my God.
It sounds official. Are you a member of like the Communist Party? Is that what makes you an elections inspector? Inspector is here. Everyone stand up straight. The inspector's here.
Elections inspector does, right? I was an elections inspector back when we were still pulling actual canvases with the little click machines. I don't know, the older...
Damn, Grandma, you are an old singer.
Yeah. And so, my point is I was shocked back then when I would pull canvas for a city of 60 to 70,000 people with only 1,000 people showing up to vote in a local election. That's insane to me.
That's because it's election fraud.
It's crazy, okay? That's insane. So, yes, and I see that too. But that's the cool thing, because I think most people just want to get along, right? We don't want to have to, we want to be, people don't want, we just don't have the bandwidth to put all of this extra energy into managing whatever we're going to do. But this is the thing, for some of us that do care about the little things that we don't disagree with, we're stopped.
But Bima, where are you on accounting? Because at, $100 billion a month and 40 trillion in debt, where do you stand on accounting, Bima? I mean, your philosophy's brilliant, but are you an accountant? Are you an actuarial scientist?
Carry on, Bima.
I forgot what I was saying. He's so annoying.
Well, I admitted that I'm one of the most annoying people in the world, but again, I do understand accounting and finance. And when you go to usdebtclock.org and you look at the financial picture, oh my fucking God. But the fact is, we have a $60 trillion a year GDP, but so does India, so does China. We're in the top 3. I don't understand. If anybody's complaining or upset, thank God you live in America. Just praise God now. Hello.
This is so random, and I don't know why I just thought of it. But what happens if people just never? What if we all just decided not to vote? Does anybody know what happens?
Yeah, the person with the most votes still wins, dumbass.
It only takes one person to vote. I get that.
Exactly. How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so I'm just trying to figure it out. What is going on? What would happen? Does anybody know? I mean, seriously.
I know, but I think we need to get more people to participate in their own republic. I think that this is where I think we miss a lot. And right now we're paying for it. We're paying for the neglect.
We pay for the elections through taxes, people. It's your state board of elections.
Yeah, so one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay, where we get taxed as Americans. Then just think about that. 1913, we're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did it all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today that a lot of Americans really understand that the government has nothing to really offer us. I mean, really, there's no real benefit. If I made an investment, Bima, in anything, I should get a return on it. And right now, if I have a representative that are representing me, and we give them our tax dollars, how do I know that I get it back in return? Now, in Orange County, I can tell you that a lot of the tax dollars do go to our schools. We have great schools. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees and everything are taken care of, because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cypress. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the walks are balanced, everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. And Bima, you know this. I've been around some of these people. They're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to keep climbing the ladder, make as much money, meet as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals and go on golf courses. That's all. So for me, it's really hard because the average American today, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, the average American today is uninformed about how it's supposed to really work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Especially with, I definitely agree. I worry, though, is it a worry? Because over the years, especially in the 20th century, we built such massive piles of legislation. We taught, trained, and indoctrinated the growing generations to think that government's supposed to solve the problem, and they forget that government's only supposed to protect us so we can solve the problems. And it's so interesting when we look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons, and I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job, you know? And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or to teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this ourselves. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is I always mention this. It's his promise to eliminate 10 pieces of legislation for every one he passed. That was the promise he made to himself. In January, he said at the Economic Forum, and then I'm not sure if he mentioned it again during the State of the Union, but I think he said it both times where he said, I'm averaging, over 125 pieces of legislation that I'm removing, right? And this is the thing. A lot of Democrats are frustrated because they see how so much funding is being pulled from so many aspects of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be, though. And it's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about health care. You don't care about the thing is no, we care about it. But we care about it so much that we know the right thing to do is to let us solve it. Because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, get together, they slap one thing together and think that that's the one way that we can solve a problem with the infinite number of ways, right? That we can't come up with better solutions, right? Even if it's a year later, even if it's past, and then it's a year later, right? We have to be able to continue to improve all of our processes. So we have to deregulate.
Meanwhile, you give him a bigger neck than I would have. You said a pencil neck. I don't think you have a neck.
I feel that remarkable bit.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty crazy because these people have literally, what are they actually doing? They're just pushing paper. And this legislation that they keep passing, like you said, most people don't even know it. They don't even understand it. We got so many legislators that the average American cannot even understand. Listen, there's 81,000 pages to the U.S. tax code. 81,000. Why? It's just crazy. That's what I mean by you get people who really have zero value trying to explain to people how each state should operate, but not how only each state. Because this is my understanding. I'm going to land on this guy. We have 350 independent Americans. We have 50 independent states. And we have 435 people in the House and 106. I do not know why they don't leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Period. Let us decide, because I personally believe that we can, my wife and I, we can invest our money better. We can take care of ourselves better. Just leave us alone, because I've learned already that no form of government can spend our money better than we can at their very least. And I really believe that if we did not have all this stuff over our head.
Edward, that's where the Libertarian Party is trying to liberate America. It's in the name, Edward. Join the Libertarians.
Do you ever do that, Edward? I'm sure. I can't go that far. I'm a Republican. To the Republic for which we stand. I still believe I'm personally responsible for that for my life.
Then what is it about a Republican form of government which you think is the optimal form of government? Please enlighten us, Dr. Edward.
What truth do I hold something? Right? I don't think a lot of people hold every day is the one you see in the mirror.
Yeah, you're so amazing to have around, Edward. You know, just listening to you, it's so, I don't know if you understand the depth of the influence that you have, but I have to say, every time I hear you speak, it really inspires me, even when I'm feeling like hopeless and sad, and you know how we could cycle about our thoughts. It's such a good, a good refreshing, I don't know how to explain
It's
it.
very wholesome.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, you know what? There is a lot of problems, but I'm gonna get up tomorrow and I'm gonna do stuff because I still have the ability, the capacity, and we have so much opportunity. Yeah. Thank you, Edward, for always, constantly just awesome positivity and really uplifting and encouraging.
It's a philosophy, really. It's neurolinguistic programming.
My wife says this all the time. We were fortunate to be born in America to where we had the opportunity to do what we do. The opportunity that someone, before we ever got here, said that you can pursue your own happiness, your life and your liberty comes from God. You have a right to protect your family. I'm going to use what I know that has been written way before I got here. I'm 62. This country will, in July 4th, be 250 years old. The longest standing constitution. Okay? The Constitution was never built for an individual. It was built for the people. And I personally believe that a lot of people miss out on the supreme law of the land. Because that's why I tell people, you guys focus on Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whoever the president is. That's not even the issue, guys. You are the president of your life. It is so sad. And I deal with this a lot with ethnically black people because they want to always name all the people. Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Dr. King. Like my dad used to tell me all the time. Didn't Dr. King say, I have a dream? I is a personal pronoun. And my dad used to tell me, that's not my dream. That's his dream. I have my own wife, I have my own kids, I have my own house. That's my dream. So I learned that from my father. So I'm going to take what my father, my grandfather taught me. You are responsible for your own life. You never let anybody take it. There's no person thinking about you every day. And my dad used to say this in our neighborhood. If you think some white guy was sitting around your house thinking about you every day, you have been doing it. My dad said, I would have to do it. No white guy is sitting around thinking about me. My daughter said, you both got intuition. But I'm not focused on that. I'm 62.
I think about how I can bring about the demise of the black people of the earth on a daily basis.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Thank you.
And did you read what Clarence Thomas had just this week in Austin, Texas, about the Constitution? It touches on some of the points you're making.
Yeah, I haven't got to read it yet, but I will look it up because it did come to my feed because I love Thomas, what he writes, because obviously, again, he's one of the longest-sitting Supreme Court people, but yet he is really, for me, an individual who loves the documents and he tries to smart.
He completely describes in the legislative speak what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution. We require people like him to basically put it in the context of how the political entities in the country threaten those, rights that were extended to us by the Constitution, right? So, he was in a rare situation where he was able to articulate that without distraction or disruption. You should read it. It's a pretty. He had a speech, and then they had a question and answer period when he was asked, and he reinforced his points in his lecture. I think you'll find resonate with what you just told everybody here.
Actually, I definitely want to look at it. My wife and I'll look at it. They give us some good stuff for tonight to watch.
Well, I was just bringing it up because I read it, of course, and
those of us who are preoccupied with the whole effort of trying to control the rest of us actually live a life where we go out and realize no one really gives a shit about us. There's no white man trying to take me down, and there's no black woman trying to take me down type mentality. Your dad has pretty good advice from your dad, by the way. Help you taking your dad part off. But that's the deal, man. I don't think he could.
Him and my grandpa, they own property in America. My grandpa, my dad always said they never met a slave and never met a slave. So they're not going to have a slave mentality. They're American. They love this country, and they're going to be American. To me, I'm just grateful that I was born in that home. I'm grateful that God chose those to be my parents and my granddad, that they were men who showed up. And I was very fortunate because my dad said, son, you will get life. You will be with responsibility, not your ethnicity. And he said, you're going to be a put on top character. You're not going to walk through life being a kid.
Yeah, see, I used to think that our, philosophical and intellectual understanding of the American principle and the core tenets of our foundational documents were so broadly understood. And I underestimated how the corruption against it over 2 or 3 generations could erode that to the point where when we were younger, you just needed a reminder once in a while to remember what America stood for. Now it's constantly under attack. We've had 2 generations of indoctrination at our higher education institutions, and I'm beginning to think it's going to require a systematic, refresher of why and how our countries differ from all the other countries that ever preceded us with sort of a core document. You know what I'm saying? So it is the sort of discussion of the day, and that's why I keep telling you go ahead and read it, because I hope there's very few voices that could be as articulate as his. This speech reminded me, I don't know if you still read, but if you want to really read something boring that will matter for the rest of your life, go ahead and read it. Abraham Lincoln's Diaries. It teaches you how to think and speak succinctly. And when I listened to Thomas talk, he reminded me of how people, you've heard of the Gettysburg Address. That's just a few hundred words, and there's very few messages ever better communicated than that.
What it really means to be free, to be an American. To be free of this responsibility to serve. And that's the hardest thing for all of us to think about. We talk about government, they have some bad laws, but they do not. Very unfortunate. Like I tell my kids, they don't sell problems. We create problems. All the problems we have today, either they're self-inflicted or some government entity about to fix them all. Say that you can't get out of this. So now we navigate all this stuff and someone's lost. And maybe this is a good thing. Like we always say, who would have ever thought that the people that's most affected by law would think that people want someone to think about the police? Now the people that already have the most difficult, right? It's great. And all of a sudden they say, we're going to send social workers into the community where people are getting murdered and assaulted at the high school. Does anybody think that any of this stuff does not make sense? A lot of stuff sounds great on paper, but you still need people to be responsible for what they do. The 2 words I do not hear often on Clubhouse is responsibility and accountability.
I think that might be asking too much.
I always, I kind of think I have to say, I'm going to push back a little bit. Just get a little bit clear for a second. The defund the police situation. So I'm very passionate about police and how we perceive them in the United States. I think a lot of people see them as the people who are like, oh, how could the police isn't about that. It's about all of the other things that come with the institution of law enforcement that are negatively affecting a cycle that are causing, it's just creating an endless cycle of criminality and circumstance, and because of where you are, and because of the beats, because of the over policing, because of the lack of whatever there might be in the particular area, it's just going to be a constant thing. You know, they talk about the school to prison pipeline and stuff like that. So what I would like to have seen, because the defund the police, that gets everybody immediately, like, you just want to reject, like, yeah, what do you mean? You're telling me that that just people are going to run amok and create crimes, and nobody's going to be there to, like, that's what you want. You want chaos, you want anarchy. No, that's not what we want. We want defensive security. We want people to be there to hold people accountable for their crimes, okay? But what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person or person's property, then you can't have violent back force be the solution to something that isn't a violent crime to begin with. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would call that, but it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that. And also, there are different communities that are going to require different levels, right, of this because of whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to transition out of everything being violent back force. We need to look into rehabilitation and restitution. What is it called? Restoration. A different type of jail system, because the recidivism rates, this doesn't make sense. This isn't helping anybody, and we're not helping. I mean, I just think that's crazy. So yeah, let's not defund the police entirely. We might be able to get there. There's a town that's next to me that has no police in the entire town. Zero. No police department. They only have a sheriff. And that's just been the case forever. And you could imagine how do they solve crimes? You think they don't have crimes? Yeah, of course they have crimes. Of course they do. But they have, maybe
Bima, this goes back to what Dr. Edward was saying about personal responsibility. You know, we don't use our rights. We've got a Second Amendment right, but we've got a debt problem. How do we solve it? We arm ourselves, obviously. Hello.
So you think with the debt problem, arm ourselves, and what do we do with them?
It's called making an adjustment to a budget. Hello? Again, I know you're not an accountant or an actuarial scientist, but numbers and finance are real, as we just occurred an hour ago when we were talking about math. Some of you think that math isn't real, that $100 billion a month in VIG on a $40 trillion mortgage isn't real. Those are your taxes you're gonna have to pay back, everybody. Everybody owes $400,000 to the government. You just don't know it yet. Hello?
So there's a couple of
Hello?
when we say, and I want somebody to look this up. We have 350 million Americans. Can anyone tell me how many law enforcement that we have in the United States, including all federal law, federal FBI, everybody?
A couple million?
No, not even a couple million.
I think it's less than that.
170,000?
Yeah, there you go. See, so look at the number. Guys, we have 350 million Americans, and we have less than a million law enforcement. Okay, guys, most of America are governing themselves. How about defund the criminal?
Bombers flew in at some point, and you used maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary. We know, Edward.
Stop. Okay. What we all do is we okay. So the bottom line is most police officers, and again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service, in their whole career, 45 years, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm. Never.
Majority of them. And I think that's really good. See, this is the thing.
Except for a lot of women that just pull it out by accident and shoot somebody by accident. Oops.
Don't you know what it is? That's what I love about our country, because Edward, you're right. And we have a lot of problems, right? Sure, yes, I agree. But we do. We govern ourselves, and we are really good people. We're generally really good people. And what I'm saying is the level of law enforcement that we have now, it's not that it even has to be lower. It just has to be different. Because even if it's just 1 million, there are still so many circumstances in many different areas across the United States. Let's say that even if there were just, I don't know, I mean, you could just say half the unit, or we could say even a quarter. We could say, I don't know, like 15.
Half the union, what is this, 1865, Bima?
Okay, if we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement,
Bima, how are you going to improve a cop? You've been on Clubhouse. People here have the emotional tolerance of a gnat. How are you going to change a whole culture, Bima? What are you going to do? Put them in police re-education camps, Bima? Hello?
State to state and culture to culture, particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right? Environment. You might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that are being that they don't need to exist. And I want to point those out.
I think I disagree with what you're saying entirely. We're one of the only. In fact, I think we might be the only, like, what I would consider highly advanced economies, or country in the world, an economy like ours that allows people something like the Second Amendment. It is unheard of in other countries that are similar to ours. Guns are everywhere. In fact, it's so, guns are so prevalent that it's not hard for the bad guys to get a hold of a gun. Now, our police have to deal with something that the police in Britain in France and the Netherlands have to deal with on a much less frequency than ours do. And it is also true that, and you have to understand, that changes the game of policing. It's now police officers have to assume everybody is armed, because it's not hard for people to get a gun, and if you're a criminal, you're probably there's a good chance you'll have one. And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, and sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves, but you are going to get police that live in or that are working in a city that has a huge violent crime problem. And the reason I'm bringing up violent crime is because violent criminals are the ones that will tend to, shoot at the police, point a gun at the police, that kind of stuff. You're kind of asking for like a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them. People can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that there's still going to be, abuses that will take place, miscalculations. I don't see it. There's no such thing as a perfect police officer.
That's true, Pepe.
They all have to make snap judgments.
I agree. I think, Chris, you wanted to mention something about this. Do you want to jump in? Chris?
I was going off on basically what Ed was talking about. Look, but the whole defund the police, most people, especially black people, we're not yelling defund the police. I got homies who are police officers. One of them went to school with, and they never done any type of activity to where they violated somebody's rights and things. Like, we're not asking to defund the police. We're just saying they ask for
Clown.
criminal activity, we want them to be treated just like actual criminals. Because an actual criminal does a crime, they go to prison. Well, the cop who does it, the same thing, should be go to prison too.
Can you give examples of like where our police used to be far more corrupt? Like the special with the special something division, I forget what it was in New York City. More than half of them got arrested and fired. It was the special investigations division, and they like being corrupt like in the NYPD was common. I mean, it's like you're a sucker if you're not corrupt. But today, that's like, you hear about these examples, and I think you'll always continue to hear about examples because people are corruptible. But you do see people getting caught. And I would say like those police body cams have been obviously a game changer. It makes it very hard for police to just, it's hard for them to be secretive or lie about an encounter.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to keep going? Or
That's it for right now. If I come up with something, I'll definitely say.
all right, appreciate it, man. Also follow the house, by the way, if you don't mind. Appreciate it. Jennifer, you wanted to jump in? Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I don't really necessarily have anything to say about police, but I wanted to say in the aspect of like contradiction as far as like human beings. Like I work with children, and I have since the 80s. I've worked with children since probably 85, and I've noticed recently that children nowadays are very contradictory, and they're also, I don't know, they don't have a filter. They say things and do things that, I don't know what the age is in this group, but I'm 50, and they say and do things that I would never say and do as a child or a teenager.
You're like a granny. Like my grandparents would have to walk barefoot and shit to school.
No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I don't know. Like kids don't really have a filter these days, and they don't have a concept of what's right and wrong, and I don't know. So it's like it's challenging when it comes to younger adults and kids, and I don't know. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
I was just trolling.
But yeah, I guess I'm a granny, Peppy.
I was trolling you. I'm sorry.
No, I know I'm not a granny, but thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer.
I have a 9-year-old, so I'm definitely not a granny.
Did you have birth at 42?
Oh, you got that smile.
No, I'm curious.
I birthed my daughter when I was 40. Yeah, I have a 9-year-old. She's about to be 10 in June.
And was that your first or first
my
time?
one and only? Yeah. I mean,
it's actually pretty good.
I got pregnant before her, but I unfortunately miscarried, and I wanted to have more after her, but unfortunately my marriage didn't work out. So.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jennifer, that's
for a first time birth, generally, like I've heard that women can get pregnant after 40, but it's like statistical likelihood if you've already given birth is a much higher. But go like having your first child at 40 is like it's
not common. And honestly, I think at this point I probably could have another because my menstruation is. I mean, not to share too much of my business, but yeah, I probably could have another. I just don't have a partner right now, unfortunately.
Oh, where do you live?
Anyway, but my point was that I work with kids, and I've noticed that like my high schoolers are, I don't know, they're just very.
You can say it.
Yeah, They cuss in front of their elders, and their teachers and their leaders and the directors, and like it's nothing, like it's no business. Where when I was a kid, like Chicago, I don't know, I had boundaries in front of my leaders, So anyway, it's a fraud and a criminal life. Repressions and socialism for black slaves.